the company-wide internet back?
Yes. Just posted the 4th hour of yesterday's show this morning.
How'd you hit them?
Not great.
Most importantly, did you get control of the TVs?
No, not really. I had one. I was happy.
Was it dueling volumes?
I never turn the volume on. I just put ESPN on so I can have the ticker on. So when I look up, I got something to read. But they had theirs cranked. Sure, a lot changed from the hour before when they watched it.
Yep. Although hour to hour, he does change his mind on things.
Got a little treat for you off the open today, David.
Okay.
I don't know if you saw the news.
Are you going to... Okay, Lord Stanley.
I'll get there. I've got a bunch of them. I've got to work my way through here.
Moulton from the right wing circle, and the Penguins take a 1-0 lead. Oh, save my face with a rusty razor. Here's Ulf Samuelsson shooting and scoring. He gets a second goal. Ulf Samuelsson gets the Penguins their 6th goal. Now he's smiling like a butcher's dog. Yager may have got a stick on it. The Penguins have taken an early 1-0 lead. Now Murphy and the fans are smiling like a butcher's dog. Evgeny Malkin. At the Mellon Arena, ladies and gentlemen, you got it. Elvis has got. Are going to win the Stanley Cup. 5 seconds.
Ambient, the building that the show originated out of.
Here they go. Around to the far corner. 2 seconds. The Penguins are going to win the Stanley Cup. I believe Shelio shoots it black. The Penguins have won the Stanley Cup. Oh, Lord Stanley, get me the brandy.
Love them. You know you've had a good life when people hear the news of your passing and it brings a smile to their face. The internet connection was lost, Ambient. The building that Mark is in and that we were both in yesterday, they lost internet after 9:30. Yeah, well. Yeah, Baby Jules, kind of a big hockey game tonight. People seem a little interested.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
5 seconds to go. Moves around to the far corner. 2 seconds. The Penguins are going to win the Stanley Cup, I believe. Chilio shoots it blocked. The Penguins have won the Stanley Cup. Oh, Lord Stanley, get me the brandy.
The legendary voice of the Pittsburgh Penguins. On this hockey day, we honor the late Mike Lang, who passed away yesterday at the age of 76. You will hear from Mike throughout the show. It will be a big hockey show, but first, how the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Mark, I retweeted your show lineup, and I simply said, sometimes when there's a big game, you got to call in the heavy hitters.
USA. They don't get any heavier than the hitters that are coming in for this show, particularly our first guest today.
Mike Eurizone expected in around an hour and a half.
He's played a couple of big games with the letters USA across his chest.
And the New England native with the game being in Boston. Either that, though, or with the passing of Mike Lang, I wonder, does Sid have a big game tonight for Canada?
Well, this just in, when it's a big game for Canada, Sid usually has a big game.
Yes, he does, including against the U.S.
Right. I mean,
Yep.
I believe he's the most accomplished Canadian ice hockey player ever in terms of the hardware he's won.
And in some cases, he has scored the deciding goal in the winning of such hardware. Yes.
Right.
But Mike Eurizone, John Forslund. And John's appearance will serve a dual purpose because the hockey broadcast community is a small one. And so we'll get John's thoughts on Mike Lang and then obviously his thoughts on the game tonight. We'll also talk with Bill Bender of the Sporting News about, well, all the change that we've talked about this week and get his reaction to it and how much of it does he think is going to go down for next year, how much of it for 2026 and beyond. But top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
I'm doing well. Long day yesterday. The daughter had a late softball tilt.
Why, of course.
7:30 start for the 10U game. And I just wish that when they say the game's at 7:30, that the game would start at 7:30.
Hold on a second. So are you telling me the under 10 softball league is kind of like network television when they give you a time for an event?
Very much so. I think first pitch was about 7:41. And
So-
that's because there's only so much time. They can only play till, 9:15 apparently, and then the lights go out. So you'd like to see the kids start on time, and get to bed at a decent hour. That's all.
The lights go out like mid-pitch?
We've never gotten there. I would love it if they did.
Like there's a witching hour, which literally all of a sudden it goes dark. I got to admit, I would find that spectacular.
I would too.
That would be great. I'm just curious. So who hosts the pregame for the under 10 softball league? Have they pressed you into
CW.
service? I didn't mean what network. I meant who. I didn't know if you got pressed into service here. I mean, they got time to fill. I mean, usually when a 7:30 starts 7:41, it's because we've done a few segments. We got commercial inventory.
Get both coaches' interviews in. You know how it goes, David.
Exactly. I just want. So who's the EA of the under 10 softball league?
Great question. We need to find one.
Okay. Well, I'll bet one of the under 10 softball players there could probably do it.
Probably, and probably do a hell of a job.
And probably get better reactions from the players than we would if we asked the questions. So All right. So when's the last time you did this? I was asleep before your daughter's softball game got underway.
Oh, before 7:30. Now,
Or
does
7.
falling asleep on the couch
No,
count? This is
no.
going to bed,
I'm
making an actual effort, saying, I'm going to bed now.
Yes.
I don't know. I've definitely fallen asleep on the couch and then just gotten up and gone to bed, but I have never made the effort to go to sleep as early as you did yesterday.
Had the Arkansas-Alabama road trip, and then had just a day back, to kind of do laundry, and then, did the shows, drove to Fort Myers, had a busy schedule, drove back yesterday. I don't know. I didn't have a good night's sleep Tuesday night, all right, and was tired, and just said, you know what? Anyway, I was out, man. Sleep machine on, lights off, everything out. Listen, when you wake up at like 1:45 in the morning and you've had your full night's sleep, you went to bed early.
Yes.
And fortunately, though, when you're that tired, you can ask things of yourself, kind of like, hey, I know it's like 2 a.m. And normally you've had enough sleep for the rest of the day. But so what do you think? You have another 2.5 hours in you? And sometimes your body goes, oh, yeah, I could sleep another 2.5 hours.
Wow, you are ready for tonight's USA Canada game.
You're darn right I am. Going to be a late night. Got to be able to handle it. Yeah. Didn't know if I'd have time today during the day to take my nap. So I felt I included a full night's sleep and the power nap all at once. So, yeah. So if, like you had a little, hey, you were salty yesterday in a good way. Okay. You brought it yesterday. You had a little edge early, right off the top of the show. I have no idea what you're going to get from me today. I'm never this well rested. This, by the way, is what Danielson and Aikman deal with. Because I'm very well rested when I do their games. Like I get into town early on Fridays. I go to bed early. I'm in bed before 9 o'clock. I mean, and then I fly in on Sunday. I go to bed. I mean, as soon as the 425 games are done, I don't watch Sunday Night Football. I know where I'm in bed. Okay. And then I get a power nap during the day on Monday. I mean, this is what
The problem
Danielson
is
and Aikman deal with.
There's nothing for you really to be salty about today. I mean, I guess you could get upset about where college football is heading. You like the idea of the challenge calls in baseball. So there's nothing that really has you salty unless you're finally going to get on board and get mad at those damn Canadians.
Why am I going to get mad at the Canadians? Because they booed our anthem?
Yes.
Yeah, I get it.
They moved right into arch rival status with that.
Well, but then if we return the favor, I mean, see,
well, you and I don't want to see that.
No.
You and I want one of two things to happen tonight when they play O Canada. That's for the crowd in Boston to sing it as loudly as they can.
Yes.
Or to cheer throughout it the way they do in Chicago for our national anthem during the hockey games played by the Blackhawks. That's what Miller and Moulton want. We don't believe we're going to get it, but that's what we are hoping for tonight.
Now, if we don't get the booing, then I think I can hold a grudge. But the reason I guess I have it in me, kind of like, well, don't be mad at them, because first off, we booed on Monday. I know it didn't count because it was Canada and Finland, but the Americans that were in the crowd lustily booed the Canadian anthem when it was played.
They did.
So, I kind of feel as if, well, wouldn't it be hypocritical of me if I'm all bent out of shape at them because, we are going to do the same thing?
But they started it.
That's true. That's
Mom, they did it first. I don't know what to tell you.
maybe it's the only. Now you're an only child though too. So
I know.
when did you start? He started it or she started it. You were an
I
only
never had
child.
that.
No, I didn't either. I have to admit, there were a few times when it really would have come in handy to be able to blame
Exactly.
somebody else. Didn't have a pet either. We lived in apartments. We couldn't have any pets. I had nothing. All right. There was not a whole lot of investigation that needed to go on. It was my mother and me in an apartment. It was pretty easy for my mother to come to quick conclusions.
I
Oh,
love the fact that she would check the television for heat
oh,
to see if you had the TV on. That is just cold-blooded.
yep. I had to learn how long the TV, and remember, this is back in the day, okay, where those suckers gave off heat, where, you could kind of get a shock if you touched the screen. All right. And so I had to learn how long the TV had to be off for it to appear as if, the TV's been off.
You know what that is? That's early R&D.
Absolutely it is. Okay, now you take a couple beatings during the learning process because you don't give it enough time, but eventually you learn how much time there is. That's why and my mom did on a couple of occasions, when she got a new TV, it was like, no, I got to go through a whole new process. Miller and
Tough
Moulton.
sledding sometimes out there. But we've got a pretty good show. David already said Mike Eurizone. We'll talk with him about tonight and obviously 45 years ago. 45 years ago.
Saturday was the Soviet Union. I know 45 years ago it was on a Friday, but the actual date is the 22nd, which is Saturday. And then Monday, when you and Trent will be doing the show, that'll be, the Sunday morning when we had to get up and beat the Finns.
And did it from a come-from-behind fashion again. John Forslund will talk a little Mike Lang and get ready for the Four Nations face-off with him and Bill Bender to talk what the hell's going on in college football as the two big boys have decided they're going to try to change the way the college football playoff goes. That and the starting five. That's 25 minutes ahead. Thanks so much for listening to Miller and Moulton. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
take a 1-0 lead. Evgeny Moulton from the right wing circle, and the Penguins take a 1-0 lead. Oh, save my face with a rusty. Oh, save my face with a rusty razor. Here's Ulf Samuelsson shooting and scoring. He gets a second goal. Ulf Samuelsson gets the Penguins their 6th goal. Now he's smiling like a butcher's dog. Over to Murphy. Shooting, scoring. Deflected by Yager, I believe. Yager may have got a streak on it. The Penguins have taken an early 1-0 lead. Now Murphy and the fans are smiling like a butcher's dog. They made rebound. Andrew takes it. Save made rebound. Walker can't put it in. Score! Brown gets the goal. The Penguins get their 4th, and they lead 4-2. Oh, let's go hunt moose on a Harley. Gets the slap. Save made rebound. Gets the slap. Save made rebound. Oh, scratch my back with a hacksaw.
There we go.
So what should the U.S. fans do tonight during the singing of O Canada? Sing along loudly, cheer, boo.
Correct.
Okay.
Sonny, I don't think so, because like Crosby has a gold, but he has 3 Stanley Cups.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes after the hour. Thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Mike Eurizone scheduled to join us in a little more than an hour. He has a tight schedule this morning. We hope this works. It's a tight fit. All right. You know, I feel about 80-20 for Mike Eurizone in a little more than an hour. John Forslund, Bill Bender in our 8 o'clock hour. I feel very good about them. Rock solid about them being on the show. Eurizione's fitting us in his busy schedule, and we're very appreciative. How would you feel, by the way? I mean, how big picture would you go if you're Mike Eurizone? I mean, they started it. Even though we had won the gold in 1960, that made no impact really on hockey in the U.S.
None.
But, Jim Craig and the guys, what they started. And now, look how significant USA, Canada. By the way, we owe the Canadians. They've beaten us in the two biggies. Haven't they beaten us for the gold twice? 0-2 in 2010.
2010, right.
Salt Lake City and Vancouver. They won both those games. I mean, even though we're kicking them in the World Juniors and we've won some, I know, and we've won some world championships and what have you. But I mean, the two biggest USA Canada international games, Canada's won them both. I mean, isn't it time? And Mark, if we win, we get to make the claim we're number one because we're kicking them at the lower levels. I mean, we beat them at the highest level. Oh, man. I mean, this is like if Phil had parred 18 at Wingfoot. He would have won 3 majors in a row. Phil could have actually looked into the camera and said, Tiger's amazing, but right now I might be the best golfer in the world.
It would be fantastic for USA to claim the hockey world, but they have to win tonight.
Correct.
And this is an incredibly tall task because top to bottom, we may have had the most talent in this tournament. The talent's getting banged up.
Oh, yeah.
In a big way. So we are not healthy for tonight's game. I believe everyone but McAvoy is going to play.
The Tkachuk brothers and Austin Matthews have all indicated that, yeah, we're playing. But that doesn't mean that they're 100% or even close to it. I don't think Matthew Tkachuk is, I don't know if he'll be 75%.
I mean, they are, you will find out how we always talk about the end of the hockey season. We find out just how injured
right
these players are that continue to play. I think we'll find out when the season starts and a handful of guys are going to miss a week.
Exactly.
To get over their injuries from the Four Nations face-off.
Right. From the 4 games that they played. Right? That's why you imagine at the end of the Stanley Cup playoffs how banged up those guys are. My goodness.
And for a lot of the USA players, they've not played in a lot of big games. Internationally or in the league. Matthew Tkachuk has. His brother hasn't. He plays for Ottawa. Austin Matthews has been bad in big moments as a member of the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Has only played in the second round once.
Our goaltender, who right now is as good as any goaltender on the planet. He is. But he's not performed in the postseason.
Nope. Now, I will say, our bench, our coaches, we got rings there. Mike Sullivan, all right, Torts. We got rings. Of course, Canada does too. They got that Cooper guy.
I was going to say, there's no edge in coaching.
No, but at least
whatsoever.
No, but I feel as if we're at least in the ballpark. I don't know if we're getting out coached, which is saying something when you're going up against Cooper. But Mike Sullivan's pretty good. He just hasn't had a whole lot to work with here lately.
So I'm very nervous because Saturday was so great. But really, we didn't win anything Saturday.
No.
We won a trip to the final.
Although you said earlier this week that USA Hockey has given you enough.
They have. That game was so much damn fun. Not just the 3 fights in 9 seconds. the intensity that game was played at. Now, I'm a Red Wing fan. It was cool to see one of my guys have the big goal in the game. Dylan Larkin had the game winner. He's never played in an important game before, ever.
That's the biggest goal of his career.
Damn right it is. And that's the thing that a lot of the USA players are talking about. Some of these guys have never had big moments. And to see how they perform. But the Stars are going to have to perform because McDavid has shown up in every game. Crosby has shown up in every game. McKinnon has shown up in every game.
I love when Cooper put them all out on the same line. It was like, come on. Oh, what is this, Gretzky, Lemieux, Howard-Chuck again? I mean, what are we supposed to do with this? You know what is amazing about Crosby? He's on a line with McKinnon and with McDavid, and he makes passes, and even they look at him like, what the? Man, you're good. I think we get a really good game tonight.
You think there's a lot of goals. I don't.
Yeah, I don't think
Canada... I think that gives Canada an advantage if the games gets higher scoring.
I do too. They have shown more of an ability to put the biscuit in the basket. We've had one period with more than one goal so far. When I say we, I mean the U.S. In our 9 periods of hockey, we've only had one period where we scored more than one goal.
Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question has to do with tonight's game, more pregame than game. What should the U.S. fans do tonight during the singing of O Canada? You have 3 choices. Sing along loudly, cheer, or boo. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Honest answers. What do you really want? Not what Miller and Moulton want. I want to know what you think about the anthem. If you don't have the ability to get on X, you can always text us your answers at 21,000.
You and I always have to stand for the anthem as broadcasters. We've talked about this before. It's awkward. Sometimes a producer will be talking to you in your headset and the anthem's going on, and you kind of look around like, I don't want anybody to catch me saying 4 to 6 words here. Talking during the anthem is a no-no. But I'm not a singer of the anthem. Couple of times as a fan, really riled up, younger, I sang the anthem. But for the most part, I just stand there at attention and sing it to myself. I don't usually belt it out loud.
I would tonight. I'm with you. But at the TD Garden Center, if they decide to turn that microphone to the crowd like they do in Edmonton, trust me, you'd be singing. The starting 5 is next.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement Or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Ryan, I think there'll be a decent number of Canadians that get in. I think many of them bought their tickets in advance.
Right. That's what I was just going to say, David. You beat me to it.
And I think the Canadian fan would pay the $1,200 to get in. I don't think the American fan would do it in reverse. Well, bad golfer, I don't know if we're better than that, but I hope we're better than that. Whew.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Penguins reach in and get that puck. Crosby's pass to Marian Hossa. Stutter steps, goes into the Flyers in. Through people and Fire scored! Oh, what a play by Hossa! He turns. Goaltender Baron inside out, and he just lost his liquor license.
The legendary Mike Lang, who passed away yesterday at the age of 76, longtime voice of the Penguins. When did you first discover Mike Lang? Because I did 89, 90, and I didn't have the forum in my career. I was just a part-time TV guy, and I got my first big gig, if you will, where I was the guy at a local TV station in the summer of 91. And that's when I made sure every time the Penguins played, because Mike Lang did TV for the longest time until like 20 years ago, he switched over to radio. But every time the Penguins played, I would do Mike Lang highlights.
I would say probably it was after I was out of college. So 92, 93, became familiar with him. And actually a guy whose job I took in Nashville in the East Coast Hockey League was a Mike Lang. You know, he worshiped him and tried to emulate him, and, you know, was a bad radio guy because he was trying to copy Mike Lang, quite frankly.
Right.
You can't. You don't copy that. You just enjoy that. He was one of one when it comes to how he called a game. It was a very unique style, and he was terrific. Absolutely terrific.
And, you know, you got to remember, this is, you know, he did 46 years of Penguins hockey, so he goes back to the mid-70s. But, you know, hockey didn't have widespread distribution. I mean, he was 15, 20-plus years into his career, and really, I don't think it was until Mario and the boys won a couple cups that Mike Lang got exposed to the nation, if you will, and that's if you paid attention to hockey, which, as we know, most sports fans don't. Love him. Mike Lang, 76.
The starting five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the starting five.
Well, we start with the big game tonight, 8 o'clock, ESPN. USA and Canada, it's a pick'em. You bet Canada, it's minus 110. You bet the United States, it's minus 110. Over-unders 5.5. So do you think it'll be higher scoring than 3-2 or lower scoring? Charlie McAvoy, the only one who's been ruled out of this game for the U.S., the Tkachuk brothers, Austin Matthews, who have all missed either games or practice time this week, all expected to play. We'll see. There are 3 players sitting in reserve that the U.S. can tap on the shoulder and say, okay, you're going to play in place of them. We'll find out during the, pregame skate, I guess?
Yep, exactly.
So we'll know 7:15, maybe 7:30 at the latest for 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock has become 8:20-ish. Don't know if it will be tonight. My guess is it will, that there will be some pregame pomp and circumstance I believe Mike Eurizone is headed to Boston. Don't know if any of the other boys from 1980 are as well. Speaking of which, we're scheduled to talk to Mike Eurizone in less than an hour. We mentioned it. Mike Lang, who gave us such classics as Elvis has left the building. He beat him like a rented mule. Buy that man a drink and get his dog one too. Ah, scratch my back with a hacksaw. And Lord Stanley, get me the brandy. Mike Lang, 46 years, the voice of the Penguins. A very heartfelt post from Mario Lemieux last night. Mike Lang passed away at the age of 76. This is when you know how good you are. You retire in 2021, and you've been in the Hall of Fame for 20 years.
Remarkable career.
That was Mike Lang. There was an NBA game last night, which had a little intrigue because it was Charlotte and the Lakers. Remember, those two teams tried to do the deal, and it got canceled because of the big guy for Charlotte. He didn't pass the Lakers physical. So he scored 9 points and grabbed a bunch of rebounds last night against the Lakers. Dalton Connect, who was supposed to go to Charlotte, only connected once on a three. And the Lakers blew a double-digit halftime lead and lost at home to Charlotte 197. The Hornets were getting 13 and a half.
The Lakers set a franchise record, 51 three-point shots attempted, the most in the history of that franchise. Love that league. Chuck up another one, boys.
And this is where stats can be, misleading. If you look at Luka's stat line, 14 points, 11 rebounds, 8 assists, you think, solid all-around game. Apparently, he was not good last night. He was like 1 of 7 or 8 from downtown. And down the stretch, he wasn't good. LeBron had to say, now give me the ball. Let me miss the final shot.
And he missed 2 or 3 three-pointers to tie the game, LeBron did. And he actually shot okay from behind the arc until then.
And led the team in scoring last night. Orlando back in action tonight. They're at Atlanta. Heat not back in action tonight. The teams in the NBA have basically a third of a season left. 27 to 29 games, depending on the team. Big night in college hoops. Auburn won, but we said they probably won't cover the 13.5 or 15.5 against Arkansas. Arkansas has been playing a lot better of late. Auburn had the big showdown with Alabama over the weekend. We didn't think they'd cover. They didn't. They won 67-60. Have to admit, we both thought Bama wouldn't lose 2 in a row. And if you had told us that Bama was going to score 98 at Missouri, Miller and Moulton would be broke today because we would have bet a lot of money on Alabama. And 15th ranked Missouri said, we got your 98 and 12 more. 110-98 Mizzou.
They're playing really well, have been for about 3 weeks, David.
Dennis Gates is the head coach. They were winless in the SEC last year. After winning 23 games and going to the second round of the tournament the year before. Mark, this is the pay-for-play NIL era in full display right here from Missouri.
It is.
23 wins, 0 for 18 in conference, top 15 in the country, and a top 4 seed the next year. Mark was right. DePaul wasn't getting enough points. You were hoping to get, 16 or so?
Yeah, needed 25.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been enough either. St. John's on the road, beat the Blue Demons by 24, 82-58. Kentucky bounced back at home against Vandy, beat them by 21. So Florida State won the showdown, and we say that loosely, against Miami, 74-66. 20th loss for the Canes. Florida State 16-10. UCF, a loser on the road at Oklahoma State. South Florida, winner on the road at Texas San Antonio. Came from 11 down at the half, 78-73. Big loss for Nebraska last night. Penn State had lost 7 in a row. Nebraska's a tournament team, but doesn't have a lot of margin for error. They lost at Penn State by 17 last night. That's not good. And Mark, Micah Shrewberry, the Notre Dame coach, he threw that tantrum late last week telling the fans, hey, don't bother coming back. Okay, you're off the bandwagon for good. We're going to win. Don't bother coming back. There's no room for you.
Mm-hmm.
They lost at home to SMU by 24 last night.
In front of 4,332.
Right. Needless to say, capacity's just a bit more than that in South Bend. 20th win of the year for Andy Enfield and SMU. Women's hoops, 5 ranked teams. They all won. 4th ranked USC, 5th ranked UConn, 10th ranked TCU, 19th ranked Baylor. Our friend Nikki Collin picked up her 23rd win of the year, and 23rd ranked Creighton. Baseball news, as opposed to the current third baseman and current first baseman of the Red Sox, who have both huffed and puffed the last couple days and been like, I'm the first baseman, I'm the third baseman. That's where I expect to play. It's where I should play. Alex Bregman, who just signed as a free agent with the Red Sox and is a Gold Glove winning third baseman, as opposed to the incumbent third baseman who might be the worst defensive third baseman in the league. Alex Bregman, when asked about what position is he going to play, he said, quote, I'll play wherever.
Whatever makes the team better. That's how you answer questions. That's how you take the air out of the ball when controversy comes. Good for him.
Golf, PGA Tours in Mexico for the Mexico Cup beginning today. LPGA Tour in Thailand, so round one's already been complete. Japan's Aki Iwai leads by 3 at 10 under. American Angel Yin is tied for 4th at 5 under. It's just a 72-player field in Thailand. MLS, did you see how cold it was in Kansas City last night? How do you think Messi felt? Getting all that money, Apple money, all right, slower lifestyle, living in the U.S., can kind of decompress after being in the spotlight for 20 years and what have you. You think he was thinking about all that positive vibes last night when it was 3 degrees at, on the pitch, and then later had a wind chill of 8 below? He did score the only goal of the game.
He scored the only goal of the game, so it didn't bother him that much.
Well, I mean, in a sense, but I'm just wondering if he was questioning the whole Apple TV deal, while he was on the pitch yesterday. Miami beat KC 1-0. NFL news. A lot of you laughed at me. Pat Kerwin even laughed at me. And I said, listen, I'm wrong about a lot, but I really can do math. I'm good at math. Miller and Moulton are both good at math. And we figured out the new TV deal and the salary cap a couple years ago, and we said, listen, the cap's going to go from about $225 million to $300 million in 3 years. And everybody laughed. And that's why we were like, sign these quarterbacks, sign the key guys. Trust me, you'll have plenty of money in an hour. Well, Mark, last year the cap went up over $30 million. And this year the cap's going to go up at least $22 million. It's going to go up between 22 and 26 million to somewhere between 277 and 281 million. Which means, guess what, next year?
300 million, David, plus.
Right. So in 3 years, it's going to go from 2.25 to 300. How about that? Who saw that coming? Eagles did what many...
You mean NFL teams next year will be able to spend as much as the Dodgers?
Well, they'll be able to spend within $100 million of the Dodgers.
Okay.
And they don't get to defer anything. The Eagles promoted from within their new offensive coordinators, Kevin Patullo. He goes back 8 years with Nick Sirianni. So he's been their passing game coordinator. That's a nice sounding title, isn't it? I mean, I'd like to think the offensive coordinator is also a passing game coordinator, but apparently
the offensive coordinator is also a run game coordinator. He's a
True.
running and passing game coordinator.
Right. So now Kevin Patullo has to worry about doing both as the new offensive coordinator for the Eagles. And at 7 minutes before the hour, that was the starting five. 5 big stories and the salary cap that you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
I'd have gone 5 big stories and the LPGA from Thailand that you need to know. I think the salary cap, quite frankly, is something that our listening audience pays close attention to year round.
They should. They should. Mark, I thought you were going to say, so the cap will go to $300 million next year and the Saints will still be over it.
It's a dadgum good point, David.
Think about it. This cap keeps going up that much and they're still $50 million over.
A showdown in the swamp. The final race of the season. Everything's on the line at record-breaking speeds. Don't miss Swamp Buggy Racing's World Championship, the Bud Cup Final, Sunday, March 2nd at Florida Sports Park, Naples. Get tickets at swampbuggy.com. Florida's oldest racing tradition is racing like you've never seen before in 6 categories. But Swamp Buggy Racing is always a great day of family fun with kid-friendly pricing. Sunday, March 2nd. Don't miss the World Championship. Get tickets at swampbuggy.com.
Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So
Here's Ulf Samuelson shooting a... Andrew takes a shot. Save made. Rebound. Walker can't put it in. Score! Brown gets the goal. The Penguins get their fourth, and they lead 4-2. Oh, let's go hunt moose on a Harley. Gets the slap. Save made. Rebound. Oh, scratch my back with a hacksaw.
I don't think I'd ever heard "Let's Go Hunt Moose on a Harley." Whew.
Luca's on a minutes count right now.
He was. I don't know if they lifted it last night or not. They were talking about it. I didn't check how many minutes he played.
Yeah, he played more last night. They took him off, and he played 33 minutes last night.
But remember, he's fat. That's the Mavs storyline, and they're sticking to it.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Gets the slap. Save made. Rebound. Oh, scratch my back with a hacksaw.
The legendary Mike Lang, who passed away yesterday at the age of 76. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X, as we celebrate hockey with USA and Canada getting ready to drop the puck 13 hours from now. Mike Eurizone to join us in a little more than 30 minutes time. John Forslund 1 hour from now. It won't all be about hockey. Bill Bender to talk about college football and everything being discussed. And are the conference championship games going away? Are we going to have more than one way to determine conference participants? Are we going to have conference title games and extra play-in games? We'll talk to Bill Bender about it all coming up in about 90 minutes time.
That was our poll question yesterday, David. The
Right.
Big Ten and SEC are thinking about scrapping their conference championship games for 2 play-in games, a 3 versus 6 and a 4 versus 5. Do you like the idea? 59% of you said you did not like the idea.
Okay. That stayed pretty consistent throughout. It was right around 60-40 against throughout. Now, I don't know if I believe the early returns that they'll hold in our Swamp Buggy Races poll question today. So we asked, what should U.S. fans do when they play O Canada tonight before the game? Should they sing along heartily with the Canadians in attendance? Should they cheer throughout the way they do in Chicago? Or should they just, no, they booed us, all right, a couple times, and we're going to boo them. Been waiting for this for a week. So that's the Swamp Buggy Races poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X.
I guess, there could have been a fourth option. Someone in the Twitch chat room and a couple of texters said, what about just being dead silent? We may have missed that. We were looking for noise. We do a talk show. We're always thinking about the noise, not the quiet.
Right. Quiet's usually not a good thing in our world.
I do like that one texter said, me now, sing along. 18-year-old me, boo like hell.
Oh, yeah. No chance. No chance. 28-year-old me. Who are you kidding? Hell, maybe 48-year-old me would have booed. I don't know about 59-year-old me. Miller and Moulton are proposing the kinder, gentler approach. Take the high road approach. Make Canada. And by the way, they will feel badly. They will. If we robustly cheer their anthem in some way, shape, or form, they will feel badly. I think it will change how the hockey fans in Canada treat the U.S. anthem when NHL play resumes. I really do. Now, if we lustily boo it, then I think they just pick up where they left off and they continue, and it'll, hell, it could be 3 more months of each side booing the other's anthem.
Right until the playoffs start when all the Canadian teams get knocked out.
Boom.
Now, EB in our Twitch chat room says, how are we supposed to know the words? EB, all I can tell you is that I believe, and I could be wrong, most hockey fans, and particularly hockey fans in Boston, Michigan, Minnesota, I would say the majority of the hockey fans in the Northeast and in those parts of the Midwest know all the words to O Canada. I could sing it right now and not miss a word, although they've changed a little bit in the beginning. Because it used to be an all thy sons command. I think it's an all of our command, something like that. They went, gender neutral with a line in their anthem.
Besides EB, have you ever been in an arena or a stadium in which there's not one place where the words to the anthem are not being displayed while the anthem is being played?
Yes.
I'm not talking about a 5,000 seat minor league hockey game. I'm talking about an NHL game or a big time football-based baseball game in which really you could stand there and not see the words to O Canada while it's being sung?
I believe so. I don't think every stadium shows the words.
Oh, wow.
I mean, a lot of them put flags on their scoreboards.
I understand.
On the ice. I don't think the words are displayed everywhere. I don't. I could be wrong.
Okay. I can't recall being in a big arena or stadium in which the words to the anthem were not on display. And I think they do it in part so that if the person singing them panics and forgets them, that there's a place for them to go.
True story. I'm working for the minor league hockey team, the Everblades. And I get a friend of mine who his band was pretty hot in the area. They were a pretty hot rock band. They had made their own album. It was getting a little airplay. They'd gone on tour. They were on the cusp. It never happened for them, which sucks. But I got them to play out in front of the building before the game, and then had the lead singer do the anthem, of which he's always thanked me for, because it's the one time his mom was proud of him for singing. Always a rock singer. Him singing the anthem at a game was a really big deal to his mom.
Oh, that's cool.
And about 20 minutes before the game, he finds me. And he says, "Hey, you put the words up on the scoreboard, don't you?" And I said, "No." He goes, "What?" I go, "You don't know the words?" He goes, "Yeah, I know the words, but I'm afraid I'm going to forget them." So I'm rushing to print out the words so he could sit there and go over them for 20 minutes so he didn't screw up. And fortunately for him, he didn't, and pulled off a pretty solid anthem.
So that's our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. Go to swampbuggy.com. Week from Sunday, the 2nd of March. That's the final Swamp Buggy Races of this season. Week and a half away. Go to swampbuggy.com and get your tickets. Listen, I know I'm not supposed to say this because people will take it, some will, the wrong way. Just because you predict that someone's going to win doesn't mean you're rooting for that someone to win. I think Canada wins tonight. I'm concerned for the U.S. Okay, we've never won this game. We haven't, number one. I mean, you could say whatever you want about Binnington. He won Game 7 of the Stanley Cup in this building, by the way, the Canadian goalie. He did, and he was sensational in doing it. They got thoroughly outplayed the first half hour of that game. Thoroughly. And he stood on his proverbial head. And after that, the Blues took over. All right? Hollowbuck hasn't won a big game in his life. I'm sorry. And I don't care how many Vezinas he has, and he's going to win another one. I don't care. They're making the case he's the greatest U.S. goalie of all time. And I'm like, has he made a big save yet? I mean, with all
he
due
did on
respect,
Saturday. He played spectacular on Saturday.
He was good. He was very good. But I mean, I've seen articles saying that he's the greatest U.S. goalie of all time. I'm like, yeah, the backup goalie for the Rangers is 400 wins and won 2 cups with the Kings. That quick guy. Tom Barrasso won 2 cups with the Penguins. Mike Richter guy won a World Cup beating Canada in international play after winning a cup with the Rangers. Don't talk to me about this guy's the greatest U.S. goalie of all time. For goodness sakes, tell me the big win. Are we going to say a preliminary round win against Canada? That's the biggest win of your life?
That's his biggest win of his life, David.
Okay.
It is. Because they've done nothing in the postseason, and you're well aware of that.
And it's not just that Winnipeg hasn't done much in the postseason. He has not come up big in the postseason. He's been out-goalied in series in the playoffs.
And a lot of that's because they've had the inability to score. They're a much better offensive team this year. We'll see what they do in the postseason, because I know how many of you are riveted by Winnipeg Jets talk.
And boy, the NHL would love for a deep playoff run.
Right. Nothing like a Winnipeg Florida Panther Stanley Cup final.
Hello. So I'm worried about how banged up we are. I'm also worried that we're not scoring. We've done a terrific job defensively. We've given up 4 goals in 3 games. I get it. I just don't know if we can hold these guys under 3 tonight. I think we got to score some goals tonight. We've had 1 good offensive period in this tournament. We need the goal scorers to show up tonight. That's all. You know, Getzel, Matthews. All right. You know,
and Getzel's played really well.
He has, and he's got a couple, but probably need one from him tonight, though.
Right,
is what I'm saying. Plus the other thing is, if Canada gets 2 power plays tonight, do they go 0 for 2 again?
Probably not.
I just think that we're going to have to beat them a different way than we beat them on Saturday. There won't be 3 fights in the first 9 seconds. I think Canada scores more than a goal. And remember, while we won 3-1, the third one was an empty netter. So we only scored 2, and one of them was soft. Should have been stopped. We need, Hey,
well, I'll be honest, David, if they're going to win, not necessarily the soft goal, but it's got to continue that the Canadian goaltending gives up one they shouldn't. That has been a theme throughout this tournament,
yep.
that the Canadian goaltending has not been solid. They weren't
Yeah.
against Sweden, they weren't against Finland, and they gave up the softie against the U.S.
Here's the other thing. Are the Tkachuk brothers healthy enough to deliver a big performance? The only period in this tournament where the U.S. has scored more than a goal in the period was when the Tkachuk brothers went nuts in the first game of the tournament against Sweden. Or no, Finland. I keep getting them confused. Man, don't know why. Different colors and everything. But they went nuts in the third period. We scored 4 times.
You could just call them Swedland.
Right.
And just split the difference there,
Sweden.
Right.
Finden. That's what I'm going with. I'm going with Finden.
Sounds like a good left winger.
You know who I'm talking about. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners. The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Ladies and gentlemen, you got it. Elvis has just left the building. You want one? Here he is, holding. As he beats Theodore like a rented mule. Joey Bubba taps the by man beat Brooks. Beats Theodore like a rented mule.
Buy that man a drink and get his dog one too.
I get it, Lucifer. You don't care. Nobody cares. 4.5 million people watch the game. We're in the second biggest hockey market in the country that doesn't have an NHL team. People around here care. Okay? I've been doing this for over 20 years. I know what people care about. You may not, but they care in this market, in the markets we're in.
Plus, Lucifer, in the markets that we're in, the Olympics do really well. And this is essentially a poor man's Olympics because you're wearing the sweater.
Not to mention, happened to be on the treadmill yesterday while Fox News was on. And you know what they were talking about on Fox News? The USA-Canada game. On Fox News, not sports, news. Trying
And
to news.
News. And they don't have anything to do with this game. It's an ESPN, and Turner had the other games. I mean, Fox has nothing to do with hockey. Morning, Spitz. Morning, everybody. It's a Disney movie, though. They left out one thing that would have been awesome to put in, but they weren't going to go there. That if you talk to the players, they said the Herb Brooks speech that really resonated with them, was the one before the third period on Sunday against Finland.
Right.
That's the one they remembered when they were down 2-1. And he came in and said to your graves, you will take this to your graves. Short, sweet, and walked out.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
The legendary Mike Lang, longtime voice of the Penguins, passed away yesterday at the age of 76. He was known for, would you describe that as folksy sayings? How would you describe his sayings?
He was an announcer that was great with a one-timer, and he had a lot of them. He had his catchphrases. He was known for his catchphrases.
Beat him
and there
like
are not many announcers that are known for they're known for their style, how they may call a goal, a touchdown, whatever. He was known for his catchphrases. And
not only that, he had more than one.
He had a million.
The longtime voice of the Rangers, Sam Rosen. For whatever reason, his big saying became, "It's a power play goal." I have no idea why that caught on. Dick Enberg, "Oh my." Nance is "Hello Friends," which, if you've heard Nance tell the story, by the way, he did before a broadcast in 2003. His dad was beginning to lose his memory, and he wanted to be able to address his dad at the beginning of every broadcast to let him know that he was thinking of him. And that's what he came up with. "Hello, friends." Okay. and it was between him and his dad. And then obviously, it continued it. But beat him like a rented mule. Elvis has left the building. My favorite, scratch my back with a hacksaw. Buy that man a drink and get his dog one too. Oh, he's smiling like a butcher's dog. And he had a bunch of them. All right, what did he say one time? Go moose hunting on a Harley?
Yes. Yes.
I mean, I don't know. He was fun. It got to the point. Now, everybody watched our station in Binghamton. We literally had the highest ratings in the country. Okay, so I could have put anything on, and people in Binghamton watch Channel 12 News. All right, but that's really where I discovered Mike Lang, and I would have the Penguins schedule posted on the wall so that I would know that night I'm going to run some Mike Lang, and I would not, because usually the announcer goes, here's Penguins, Blackhawks, blah, 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 and you talk over the highlights. I would just say, ladies and gentlemen, the Penguins played tonight. You know what that means, and roll it. And I wouldn't talk. I gave, the southern tier of New York 30 seconds of Mike Lang every time the Penguins played. And a little hockey area, we had an AHL franchise that was tied to the Rangers at the time that I was there. Before that, it was tied to the Whalers. So they appreciated it. Kind of like Southwest Florida's got a minor league team. It's actually a terrific hockey market, in which most of the rest of the country goes, what? We're like, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Big hockey market. And so a couple of puckheads are really celebrating today. We're honoring Mike Lang, okay, two broadcasters who just, thought he was tremendous. And then we get to celebrate the game that we love, in which it's not very often that this game has the nation's spotlight, even for a night. And it does tonight.
What's interesting, though, David, is I don't mean to rain on your parade, but we are celebrating the fact that hockey on Saturday night drew 4.4 million viewers in the United States.
Oh, no, you're not going to go big picture on me, are you? Come on, I'm on a roll.
I know you are, David, and I don't want to scratch your back with a hacksaw.
But
the second least watched ever NBA All-Star game was played over the weekend. The second least watched ever did 4.7 million viewers.
So basically it was a push.
Right.
So the game that everyone hates, that no one's watching, did the same amount of viewership as the game everybody loved and everybody on social media was talking about the night before.
For the Daytona 500, now they don't have the rain, just the race is part of it. It did well. It did all. 6.8 million viewers.
So was that from like 6 o'clock to the end of the race then? Because you got to take out, the whole 2 to 6 part.
Right.
That was 11 real laps and about 25 laps under caution while they warmed the cars up.
But Daytona beat both the NBA All-Star game and the Four Nations face-off substantially by a couple million people.
I actually think they should put Daytona in prime time. They try to run it President's Day weekend, right?
Right up until the Super Bowl is played on President's Day weekend.
Well, I will say it gets awkward in a couple of years. It does. Right. Valentine's Day is the Super Bowl, and then the next day is President's Day. Right. But, first off, it's great. The racing at night is excellent television. It looks cool, for lack of a better expression. I can't come up with anything cooler than that. But the race looks cool at night at Daytona.
I agree with that. No, I agree with that. Night races look better than day races on television. They do.
So, I don't know, start it during that final hour that the sun is setting, and then, race into the evening, race into prime time. And you would think that the race would do better numbers because of it.
I would think that this long rain delay may have them look at that. You are dealing with 250,000 fans, however, that want to get back home on Sunday night because they have to go to work Monday morning.
But since and it's true, not everybody has President's Day off. And you do have to commit to an extra night hotel. Because you're right, Mark, there's a lot of people that come from the state of Florida, and they're going to brave the traffic delays getting out and try to get home midnight or so on Sunday. But
That's the problem I see with it, because you are still dealing with a lot of people that go to that race. But they've very rarely has any sport catered to its actual fan base in the venue. They cater to what the television networks want. And if Fox seems to deem that the night race works better for them, well, then, David, you're going to get yourself a night race.
I don't believe tonight's hockey game on ESPN will even do the same number of viewers that the Saturday game did on ABC. And we've been saying this for a long time, and I know most of you don't believe us because you suggest every year the Super Bowl should be on a Saturday. Part of the reason the NBA did so much better than you thought it would is that it was Sunday night. That's the best night for television viewing of the week. You want your event to be watched. You put it late afternoon or in prime time on Sunday. You don't want your event to be watched. You put it at 8 o'clock on Saturday.
Just think about that for a second. Take sports out of it. When are the Grammys, the Emmys, the Saturday Night Live special? When do they run these big network events?
The Oscars.
The Golden Globes. They're all on Sunday nights.
When is the Super Bowl? Why do they keep pushing the start of the game further, a couple minutes further back every year? Irish football asks, why does UFC do all its pay-per-view on Saturdays? I'd look at the demographic of the UFC.
Right. They start their fights at 11 o'clock at night. They're skewing for a much younger demographic.
Right. But, once again, I've spent my whole career in television, but you guys know what nights that people watch TV. See, it's the only thing you listen to us about. Honestly, we know what nights people watch TV. Mike Eurizone is next.
A showdown in the swamp. The final race of the season. Everything's on the line at record-breaking speeds. In the Swamp Buggy Racing's World Championship, the Bud Cup Final, Sunday, March 2nd at Florida Sports Park, Naples. Get tickets at swampbuggy.com. Florida's oldest racing tradition is racing like you've never seen before in 6 categories. But Swamp Buggy Racing is always a great day of family fun with kid-friendly pricing. Sunday, March 2nd. Don't miss the World Championship. Get tickets at swampbuggy.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
From the right wing circle, and the Penguins take a 1-0 lead. Oh, save my face with a rusty razor.
Yinzer, we've been playing Mike Lang clips coming back out of every break pretty much. Was thinking of you when I was getting them all ready this morning.
Well, you could tell somebody's feeling better because earlier in the week he was apparently like bedridden with the flu for 2 days. I do think Irish football we're going to get pay-per-view. I still think it's going to be a while. But I mean, wouldn't you consider streaming pay-per-view?
Went to voicemail. Got him.
Awesome.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
He needs no introduction. He's Mike Eurizone, coming up on 45 years. Saturday from his big goal, Team USA's big win over the Soviets. I think he's on his way to Boston for USA and Canada. He's kind enough to join us. Mike, it's David and Mark. Good morning. How are you?
Good. Well, I'm fine, but I got to the airport here in West Palm Beach. I thought my flight was at 9:10. It's at 10:10. I got plenty of time. How much time you guys got to talk?
Well, the show goes till 10, so we'll break it off at some point. But I'm curious, do you at any point take a step back and look big picture and go, so this is what Coach Brooks, Jim, and me and the boys started? Because yes, we won the gold in '60, but it didn't take over the nation. You guys took over the nation. You guys changed this sport in America, and this whole tournament, in a way, started with you guys.
Well, first of all, thank you for saying that. To some degree, maybe, when I talked to the team, and I had the honor of doing that last week in Montreal, I think in 1980, we might have opened the door for two things, American players and college players. But today's players, they've knocked the door down. I mean, the skill level, the talent, the growth of the sport. These players aren't just from Massachusetts and Michigan and Minnesota anymore. They're from California, they're from Texas, they're from Arizona, they're from Florida. So I just think the growth of the game and the speed and the skill that they play at today, it's a whole different world.
Mike, that's, that you led me to where I wanted to go, because I broadcasted the game for a long time and haven't broadcasted hockey in 15 years. And still talking to some of the players that I worked with back then. When we watched the McDavids, the McKinnons, the Matthews, the speed of this game is so fast. You as an ex-player, when you watch the game, do you recognize it?
Oh, this is what amazes me. McDavid travels at a speed that I've never seen before, but yet he's flying by guys who can fly. So you have to put him in another planet. Then there's everybody else in terms of the the abilities and skills. So yeah, it's just incredible to watch.
What'd you say to the guys in Montreal?
I just talked about embracing the opportunity. This is their team. This is their moment. This is a moment they're going to remember the rest of their lives. Hopefully these guys are going to go on and win Stanley Cups and maybe hopefully play in the Olympic team and win a gold medal. But this is one of those moments that they'll stay with them for forever. So I just told them to embrace it and enjoy it. And to me, the best hockey team in the world, I said to them, is standing right in front of me. So, I kind of try to stay away from this to a degree. What we did is what we did. It was 45 years ago. Let it go. It's over. This is their time. This is their moment. This is something that they probably dreamt about, and good for them. And they've achieved an incredible amount of success to be on this team, to be one of the best players in the United States. It's a tribute to them and the work and the effort they put in.
I was so incredibly hopeful of this Four Nations tournament delivering the way that it did. I was hyping it up for weeks. My co-host was like, it's an all-star game. And I said, I don't think the Tchuks know how to play any other way. How surprised, if at all, were you with just the veracity at which this Four Nations tournament has been played?
I was blown away by it. I'm sitting at home watching the Tkachuk brothers, who I'm going to be with their dad tonight at the game. I was just blown away, the intensity. It just shows you what this means to them. And I've said this from day one, 45 years ago. Other than being a police officer, a firefighter, or somebody who serves in the military, there's no greater feeling than to put a USA jersey on. You're not playing for the Vegas Knights or the Boston Bruins or the Maple Leafs or the Canadiens. You're playing for your country. And I think these players get that and understand that. And Again, that's what makes this event so special.
We're talking with Mike Eurizone. Mike, obviously I'm rooting for the United States tonight, but I'm concerned. First off, I don't think Canada will play us the same way they played us on Saturday, where they kept trying to attack through the middle and we kept getting sticks on everything. Also, I'm worried some of our best players are really banged up. And also, I think while we have better goaltending and defense, they can put the puck in the net better than us. And I just don't know if we can contain them. Am I too worried?
Yeah, well, that's what makes the game so interesting. Yes, we are banged up. I talked to Billy Guerin, the general manager of the team, yesterday, just to tell him that I was going to be in town for the game. And he said we're banged up. But you know what? Everybody's banged up a little. Maybe we're a little more banged up than they are. I do believe the Tkachuk brothers are going to play. I think Austin Matthews is going to play. McAvoy is not going to play. But, you know, that's the game of hockey. It's a physical game, and you have times like this. But, you know, now you rely on each other. This is why we're a great team. We've got depth. I think an important aspect to me in the game is going to be our goaltending. I mean, Connor Hellebuyck might be the best goalie in the world right now. But things have to happen. You know, everybody's got a role on this team and kind of go do their job. Remember, you know, our fourth line isn't an average fourth line. Our fourth line is as good as any fourth line in the world. So we're going to see what happens. It's going to be interesting. What
is it in a big game that makes a player rise up? You obviously did, scoring the huge goal that we will remember forever. When you look at an Austin Matthews, who's such a skilled player and defensively has been so good, but he has missed opportunities to score big goals in big moments. In your eyes, what does it take to rise up in the big moment?
I think it's the challenge, the challenge of going out there and playing, the challenge of showing that you're the best player in the world or one of the best players in the world. You know, you can't make the game bigger than it is, because then all of a sudden you're doing things you don't normally do. These guys have played in big games. You know, some of these guys probably, when they were 10 years old, played in a big game. So I think they embrace it again. It's a great opportunity to go out there and showcase your skills. And you can't do anything differently now because it's a big game. You got to continue to play the way you've always played. And that's what makes these players so great. They understand the moment.
Did Coach Brooks do anything during the game? Not in the prep beforehand or even the speech beforehand, but during the game. Did he do something that you've looked back on and maybe you and the guys have looked back on and said, you know, when he did this, that was a smart move? Like, is there something beside that Cooper and Sullivan can say or do that gets remembered once the game starts?
The one thing that Herb did for us throughout the Olympic Games is constantly telling us, play your game, play your game. We were never concerned about what the other team was doing. We needed to do what we needed to do in order to be successful. Hence always saying, play your game, play your game. Do the things that we've been doing throughout the year. Do the things that we've been doing, you know, throughout the tournament. You can't all of a sudden flip a switch and do something differently. And I think the fact, in our case, that we stayed within a goal of every game that we played, we never had to alter and do something different. So, I mean, for me, Coach Sullivan, who I've known for a long, long time, is probably telling them the same thing. Do what we've been doing. Don't go trying to change things. Continue to do what we're doing. Now, if you get behind a few goals, then maybe you've got to change things and alter things. But right now, you know, I think his statement to this team is just continue to do what we did and have been doing throughout the tournament.
Obviously, the whole game's important, but Mike, the first 5 minutes, to me, it seems like there's not going to be 3 fights in 9 seconds. We're not going to have any of that tonight. This is going to be hockey. I get it. But sometimes the raw emotion, the crowd chanting USA, they're going to be going nuts for our team tonight, as they were for the Canadian team on Saturday. Do you have to kind of check your emotion to make sure in those first 5 minutes you don't do something silly and put this Canadian team on a power play?
Oh, absolutely. You can't get, and I said it earlier, you can't get too jacked up and crazy here. I mean, the building's going to be wild. The building's going to be crazy. But, you know, these guys are pros. These are the best of the best. So, they know how to handle the emotion and the energy and the excitement. Yeah, they're probably going to have a little more jump in their step early in the game, but the game's going to settle down. And, like I said, hopefully, you don't make a mistake or do something crazy, but, you never know the reactions and the emotions of a player. Hockey is a very emotional game. And I think these players understand that, and they realize that, you got to keep it in check and just go out and, I hate to sound like Bill Belichick, but do your job. Go out and do, what these guys do. What makes them the best in the world is their abilities to handle situations and deal with the emotion and the excitement of a big game.
How difficult is that? I mean, when we as fans sitting on our couch have goosebumps, I can only imagine there you are, you're standing on the blue line or at center ice and you're moving your feet. I mean, everything on your body must be standing up. I mean, you got to be thinking, I just need to hit somebody. I mean, how do you keep it together?
I'm not playing in the game, and I'm excited right now. And what time is it? 8:00 in the morning? So yeah, that's what makes the game great. That's what makes sports great. That moments like this, you're a little kid, you dream about this. I got a 9-year-old grandson that talked to Matthew Tkachuk the other day on the phone, and he said, "Papa, I'm going to faint." I'm talking to Matthew Tkachuk. So these guys are this is their moment. They're built for things like this. So yeah, they're going to be excited. I can't even. The day of the Soviet game, I got up that morning. I was like jacked and ready to go. So I think that's the same thing for them. They're professionals, but they're little kids in some ways as well. This is a moment they dream about.
Are you excited that the players have convinced Commissioner Bettman that this is important and we're going to go back to the Olympics? And I guess every 2 years we're going to have a big international competition with best on best. Are you, as a hockey fan, are you excited about the new era, if you will, of hockey?
100%. They get back to the Olympic Games. Let the Soviets, let the Germans, let the Swedes, the Finns, the Czechs, bring them on. Let everybody play, the best and the best. And that's what makes hockey such a great game. There are so many countries now that are better than they used to be. Clearly we are better than we've ever been. And so are the other countries. That it's not, it wasn't like the NBA All-Star game the other day, which was ridiculous. These players want to play against each other. And I can't wait to see the outcome of tonight and future games. Everybody's getting better. The world, the sport of ice hockey, in 1980, I think somebody told me this statistic. I was on Jeremy Roenick's podcast recently, and 2% or 1.5% in 1980 Americans were in the National Hockey League. In 96, which is maybe one of the best teams we've ever put on the ice, I think that there were 19% Americans in the National Hockey League. I think now it's like 38% of the National Hockey League are Americans. So the growth of this game is it's just incredible. So there are young kids sitting at home all across the country that are watching this game tonight, hoping that maybe someday they could be in that arena.
You going to see any of the guys today and tonight?
You'll see.
Okay. Okay.
Good answer.
Safe travels. Thanks for making time for us.
Thanks for having me.
And sorry you have another hour to kill.
I know. I'm going to get a mimosa. I'll be fine.
There you go. Thanks, Mike.
All right, guys. Take care.
Mike Eurizone, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton.
Got nervous. First call went to voicemail. Got to be persistent with these people. Keep dialing.
Yep. Well, remember, he had told me his schedule, and I thought this was going to be really tight. Might be going through security or something like that, but heck, he's an hour early, so it worked out great.
And he is at the airport plenty early.
Yes, he is. Hell, we may call him back at 9 o'clock and just say, hey, you got 10 more minutes before you're bored? So it was Saturday the 22nd when he scored the goal to beat the Soviet Union 4-3. Monday the 24th is when we got up early in the morning and beat Finland to clinch the gold. And if we didn't win the game, the Soviets would have won the gold because it was a point system and what have you. So it'll be 45 years Saturday.
And he never laced him up again.
No.
Smartest move the man ever made. That's called going out on top.
Even though Neil Broughton goes to the NHL, has a Hall of Fame career,
Kenny
Kenny
Morrow
Morrow,
4 Stanley Cups with the Islanders.
and yet you could argue that Mike Eurizone dropped the mic and said, "No, I'm good." John Forslund to talk about Mike Lang and USA Canada next.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Florida, it was played on the 22nd. Okay. Florida, Ken. The game was played on the 22nd. The 22nd this year is Saturday. Yes, the game was played at 5 o'clock on Friday in Lake Placid. And the gold medal game, as it turned out, was Sunday morning. But that's the 24th. And that this year is on Monday. So that's what I clearly said that. 22nd is Saturday, 24th is Monday. But yes, 45 years ago, 22nd was a Friday. Game was not shown live in the U.S. It was in Canada. Florida, Ken, I would dispute that. The game didn't end till 7:30. Okay, most people in the United States had no. I mean, this was 1980. Most people didn't know the result. You going to play a clip?
He's on.
Yeah. And you're going to play a clip, right?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Evgeny Malkin from the right wing circle, and the Penguins take a 1-0 lead. Oh, save my face with a rusty razor.
We have been honoring the legendary Mike Lang throughout the show, who passed away yesterday at the age of 76. We've done a Scratch My Back with a Hacksaw, Lord Stanley, Get Me the Brandy. We've done quite a few, A Smile as Big as a Butcher's Dog, and we still will not do him justice on this show, but we hope to do him further justice with our next guest, John Forslund. You know how fondly we think of John and his craft. And John, the hockey broadcast community is a pretty small one. Our condolences, I'm sure, because you had to have gotten to know Mike Lang over your long years in hockey.
Well, thanks for having me, guys. And yes, Mike and I, it's funny, as a young broadcaster, Mike Lang was instrumental in inspiring me, taking the time to get to know me when I first started. And then about halfway through my Carolina existence, he grabbed me one morning, and I'll never forget it. And he said, you know, man, what you're doing here is really cool, and just don't stop and keep lighting the fire under these people. And it was probably in the midst of a 10-year run where the team didn't make the playoffs. And as a team announcer, that's where you work your hardest. And so, you know, to keep the fans interested, to keep them excited about at least watching and figuring out why your team is struggling, that's the trick. And he was great at that for a long time in Pittsburgh. And then when Mario Lemieux came in 1984, that franchise, as we all know, took a turn for the better. And then they went through some hard times too. So there were some financial troubles that hit that franchise, and people had went away. And then lo and behold, they draft Sidney Crosby. And the rest is history there, and the second generational player to play in Pittsburgh. But in the middle of all of that, those two great players, the cornerstones separate, eras of Pittsburgh hockey was one constant, and it was Mike Lang. And it was Mike Lang with his voice and his iconic calls and his expressions. But by and large, like all of us, I hope it's the passion and the love of the game that fuels what we do. And hopefully your fans can pick up on that. And that certainly was the case. And Mike also loved music, and so do I. And we both love the Rolling Stones, and we talked about that. And he had seen them all over the place throughout his life and recounted concerts and so on. And then we would just have so many laughs at morning skates and during games between periods and whatnot. So I'm going to miss him along with so many people. But I'm one of the lucky ones that got to know him personally and had him touch my life and touch my career. So I feel very lucky.
And I never met Mike and broadcasted for a long time in the minors, John, but I know you're right about the community, because we all love the game. And when you get people like that around, they don't want to talk about their craft. They just want to talk about the game, don't they?
They do. And he loved the players, and as do I, we're very, very lucky to be in a profession where we get to see the behind the scenes stuff. So we get to know players over time. We get to know the coaches, and getting to know someone doesn't mean, what were you doing on that back check, or what are you doing to support the power play, or what happened on that winning goal, or why did that puck go in? Yeah, those are important facets in terms of the mechanics of your broadcast, but then you learn about their families and their interests and what they're all about. And you can have conversations with guys like this at a high level about life. Right. So that's lucky. And then we all have a connection. And that's what I missed when I left Carolina. I worked independently in the 21 season, that abbreviated year for NBC, before I joined Seattle. That 1 year away was enough for me to realize that being not only in this business, but as a team announcer, you have a connection to a specific fan base. And listen, his career spanned such a long period of time in Pittsburgh. He went over at least 3 generations of fans that hand down their love for the Penguins to the next, because they listened back in the day to Mike Lang, and then the next wave watched Mike Lang on television, and they went back to radio again. But he was as big a part of that city as Myron Cope and Bob Prince and all the greats who have announced in Pittsburgh. It's one of those places, we have a few of them around the country, those cities that have multiple teams, and sports is what they live for. And Mike was a huge part of that.
John Forslund, he is the voice of the Seattle Kraken, the NHL on TNT, Sports USA Radio Network. He joins us once again. You can follow John on X at John Forslund, Forslund. We had you on last week as this tournament was getting underway. Before we get into the game tonight, as a man who makes his living in the sport, how have the last 7-8 days been, John?
It's been utopic. It's been unbelievable. It's exceeded my expectation. I didn't think when the tournament started that the players would invest themselves as much as they have. I thought it would be good, certainly better than the All-Star game, but I wasn't sure exactly what we'd see. And I thought we'd see a high level of skill, and we'd see a lot of fun highlights to look back at, and hopefully some great goaltending. And it would be something to keep our appetites wet for the reboot of the season, which is on Saturday. But I never thought we'd see the physicality. I never thought we'd see the angst between the countries like we have. And now we get what should be an unbelievable finish to this tournament tonight between Canada and the U.S. Will it replicate what we saw Saturday night? That's hard. I don't know. I hope so. But we'll see. And then the only thing I'm worried about is we have to reboot the season again. And I think people have been so excited to watch this, and the ratings suggest that we do have to go back to a season and pick up those stories again and see where we're at and finish it off and get to a trading deadline and beyond, and then kick off the best hockey there is, which is the Stanley Cup playoffs. I think we'll see this every 4 years at the Olympics. That's my hope. And I think every 2 years we'll see something along the lines of this, the 4 nations, but I think we have to expand it, which would mean probably getting to a September World Cup tournament again. And that would be good for hockey. But the best on best is what the players want to see. They deserve it. They want to play in this environment, and it'll be bargained in the next CBA for sure. And I think we'll see it as fans on a regular basis.
As we've talked about throughout the show today, John, outside of the third period against Finland, this U.S. team has struggled to score goals.
Yeah.
Who, in your opinion, has to step up big tonight for the Americans from an offensive production standpoint?
Well, I think they just have to get to a level of balance, you know, and I think when you get in circumstances like this, if you have to earmark players, you're going to have to go to your top end. So you're going to have to go to the Eichels and players offensively that way that can deliver it. I wouldn't change much though, from the United States perspective. I'd play them physical. I play them, you know, by using your head physically too. You know, if you're going to get into this stuff like we saw Saturday night, the beginning of the game, which was great. I loved it because we're all throwbacks. And we remember back in the day, this was something that was commonplace in hockey, but the fisticuffs that were getting weaned out of the game. But the players who did it are also skilled players. So if they're not going to do that early in the game, then play hockey and play it smart. United States has shown an ability to check really well. And a hidden story in Saturday night's game was the performance turned in by Jacob Slavin on defense. You know, he is really under the radar and has been throughout his career, maybe because he plays in the early stages of his career for bad Carolina teams, now elite Carolina teams. So he's getting some recognition, but he played over 25 minutes, was a +3, and was matched up against McDavid most of the game. And I've seen it firsthand when he has played Connor McDavid. You know, his lateral quickness, his mobility, his stick, his range as a player, his athleticism helps. You can't shut down McDavid. We saw it on the goal that he scored the other night when he gets room through the middle of the ice. But that kind of checking, the gap between the D and the forwards, the U.S. has been pretty good in every game with that. So, yes, they've struggled to score, but the goaltending and the defense will win the game tonight. And Hellebuck's going to have to deliver A++ performance because Canada's really in a good spot. They've already lost once. They're on the road. They don't have any pressure. And they're great. That's a recipe for disaster if you're not on your toes defensively. So that's what the U.S. has to do. They do have to replicate their emotion. I think they will. But being in Boston, don't get carried away with it. And that might disappoint some of us who want to see maybe some more fights. Maybe we want to see a lot of physicality. But if you start running around against Team Canada when they're playing again as a loser with all this talent, and now they just have to beat you once to win the championship of this tournament, I think Canada's got an upper hand that way. And so the U.S. is going to have to be careful.
I'm concerned about no McAvoy. He had big physical presence. I mean, he knocked McDavid to the ice 3 times. We know how big and strong he is. I don't know that he's ever been knocked to the ice 3 times in one game before. I don't know that we can replicate the loss of McAvoy.
No, you can't, because as much as I talk about Slavin, he doesn't play that way. Charlie can step up and turn his defensive gap into a big hit and not get caught out of position. It's a huge loss for the United States. You know, I don't know how they're gonna fix that. Again, the only way to combat that or handle that is to play soundly, right? So they're going to have to really be detailed in how they defend tonight. It might lead us down the path of some boredom during this game tonight. There might be some close checking hockey, and as fans will be saying, where is it? Where is it? Well, this is how they have to compensate for missing a player like that. Charlie also is very good with the
For
puck.
Over 50 years,
has
the
a tremendous shot.
Dedicated
so
to protecting
we'll see.
Local family.
John, thanks for your time and insight. We appreciate it. Enjoy the game tonight. And once again, sorry on the loss of your friend, Mike Lang.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it. Thank you.
John Forslund, voice of the Seattle Kraken, the NHL on TNT, Sports USA Radio Network, talking about USA and Canada, and Mike Lang, who passed away yesterday at the age of 76, one of the great local hockey announcers. And if you didn't get a chance to listen to the Penguins with Mike Lang, well, you missed out. He was very good, and he was a lot of fun. Lost a couple great ones here. Euchre in baseball, Lang in hockey.
Yeah,
Here in recent
definitely
weeks.
one-of-a-kind talents
Yep.
that both did it for an incredibly long time in the sport and will each be remembered in ways beyond our imagination in their local communities. Miller and Moulton. Bill Bender coming up in 25 minutes. Thanks for listening. 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Not going well here this morning.
What's wrong?
Well, this computer that our commercials are on has to talk to Arrakis in Colorado to make sure we have licensed equipment, which we do. But for whatever reason, it hasn't been able to hook up with Arrakis in 7 days. So now our system just shuts off in the middle. Like that last segment, why you heard that commercial, because I was trying to get the computer system back up and running before the break. And so now I'm getting this thing to work for 20 minutes. Then it shuts down. Then I've got to start it back up. Then I've got to start automation. It's a real pain in the tuchus.
I'm sorry.
And I don't know why it's not been connecting. And I can't find out until after the show, obviously, because they're on Mountain Time.
Subban? Feeney? All right. I'll reach out. Excuse me. You mean favorite players, Feeney? He was a little dirty, kind of on the edge. Slew-footed guys on occasion. But if he was on your team,
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton on this Thursday. About 12 hours from right now is when they'll drop the puck. USA and Canada in Boston. Did you catch the little nugget that Mike Eurizone didn't tell us, but
Told us.
We had
You
Mike
gonna
Eurizone.
see any of the guys tonight? Was your very innocent question, David.
Right. It was our last question. We were running out of time with the legend, Mike Eurizone. Last segment of last hour. And so when you have a little bit of time left, and by listening to the show that, the two of us basically alternate questions. And so if it's Mark with less than 2 minutes on the clock or me, this probably needs to be just a short question, which would get, one of those no more than 30-second answers, and it'll be good. And so Mark looked at me and was kind of like, it's all you. You want to end it or ask one more? And so I just said to Mike Eurizone, you going to see any of the guys tonight? And it was the only time he paused.
The only time.
The whole interview. And he pauses. And after a couple seconds, he says, well, you'll see.
How many of them are going to be out there now? I had suggested Eurizone and Craig.
Correct. Which would have been also two guys from Boston.
Right. I mean, that's...
So, it would have been, never mind the fact that Mike Eurizone and Jim Craig, nothing more needs to be said. But with the game in Boston, and they both still have the accents to go with it, my goodness. And it is almost 45 years to the day. And once again, we'll say it so we don't get yelled at and told we're wrong. The date was February 22nd, which this year falls on a Saturday, but the game against the Soviets was played on a Friday. So, you could argue 45 years ago Saturday. Some of you would say it's 45 years ago tomorrow in terms of the day on the clock, but That's with USA 4, USSR 3. And so it sounds like, I mean,
Oh, there's something brewing.
every living member?
Possibly.
Well, you might as well. I mean, if you're going to go more than those two.
Right. I'm with you. If you go Craig and Eurizone, you can stop there. The minute you go past 2, you got to bring them all in.
You do the whole gang. And what a gang. I will say, upon further review, man, that was a good team. I mean, Morrow and Broughton and Silk and, oh, man.
But think about it. Craig plays out of his tree in that tournament.
He does.
Can't ever play really in the NHL.
No, he went straight to the NHL, to Atlanta, right?
Yes.
And for like 2-3 weeks, he was still, in that zone. And then after that, he struggled. Yeah.
So you are right that there was an unbelievable amount of talent on that team.
I mean, the Dave Christian, who was the one defenseman, Rob, his last name started with an R, but he played a long time in the NHL, like 15 years. I mean, Neil Broughton was on the 95 Devils that won the Cup, for goodness sakes. His career was so long. I mean, that team, that team, which was seen as like the 7th best team in the tournament by some going in, you go, man, I don't know. A lot of them played a long time at the NHL.
Jim Craig would only play in 28 NHL games. He played with the Flames. Then he played with the Bruins, and he only played 4 games with the Flames coming out of the Olympics. Then he played with the Bruins. He played 23 games, went 9-7-6. And then actually spent a couple of years in the minors before getting 3 more games with the Minnesota North Stars. That's it.
Do you remember his debut, though, in Atlanta? And you would know because you lived and worked in that city. I mean, about the only time the Atlanta Flames would sell out a hockey game is usually when they played the Rangers, and it would be 2/3 Rangers fans.
Well, I will say, having lived in Atlanta, you're a little off base on that, because the Atlanta Flames, from an attendance standpoint, did very well in Atlanta. The owner went bankrupt in a real estate deal, and they couldn't sell the team to anybody locally. It got sold to the group in Calgary. He wanted a group to buy in Atlanta. No one in Atlanta would match the price, and the team moved.
And would go on to win the Cup.
And now I think hockey's dead forever in Atlanta, even though they keep bringing it up. I wouldn't give them another franchise.
Come on, 3rd time? You can't
Right.
give them I mean, don't you give Houston a try before you go back to Atlanta for a 3rd time?
And I love Atlanta. You know that.
Yep.
I lived there. I have very fond memories of living and working in Atlanta, Georgia. Hell, I had the keys to the Omni. That's cooler to me than having Mike Aruzzi's phone number. And trust me, having Aruzzi's phone number is up there on my list, and I'm 55.
But we're in a hockey state of mind today. USA Canada tonight. A couple of minor league broadcasters. Mark, even more so than me in this respect, that he did most of his broadcasting of hockey.
98% of my broadcasting.
Right.
99% of my broadcasting was hockey. One season of FGCU basketball, and then a little bit here and there of some other stuff.
And meanwhile, I did 99.9% of my broadcasting career, not hockey, but we both have an affinity for play-by-play. And we were certainly familiar with who Mike Lang was, the legendary voice of the Pittsburgh Penguins. And he passed away yesterday at the age of 76. So we've been kind of honoring hockey, past and present, during the show today. Bill Bender will join us in about 10 minutes. We will talk some college football and what the Big Ten and the SEC are planning and when will they enact it. And by when, we mean like tomorrow or a year from tomorrow.
Yeah, they've had their summit. They've
Right.
decided how the future of college football is going to look in their eyes, and damned if they're not going to get it that way.
I will say I was very impressed with Greg Sankey's quote yesterday. Sankey said, well, I know how I'm going to vote, but this needs to be unanimous. That's nice of them, still pretending, hey, we're all in this together, one for all for one, just trying to make the
One
playoffs.
for all, four for some. I got you.
One, at most two for all. Okay, four for us. But, it sounded really, hey, we had a good summit here. This was nice. It almost sounded like
no one
Greg
was invited to the summit but the Big Ten and the SEC as they decided their world domination approach of college football.
Right. But, it sounded like, they picked up the tab. Like maybe they were.
Are you sure they didn't bill it to the ACC?
I'm pretty sure. Well, they might have billed it to ESPN. Okay. And Fox.
Right.
Said the joke's on you guys. But Bill Bender in about 8 minutes' time. Our poll question, our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. So how would you handle the anthem tonight? Would you boo it? Would you cheer it? Cheer the Canadian anthem tonight. Show them that we're classier than you. Would you belt out, "O Canada," and honor their anthem? How would you handle it?
50% of you are singing along loudly. 37+% of you are cheering. And a little more than 12% of you are booing. Look at how grown up our fan base is. Miller and Moulton. And David, I told you the computer would crash, and literally, as we are supposed to go to break, the computer crashed. Isn't that fantastic how the day's working out? Miller and Moulton, as we wait for the computer to come back on and extend this segment by as many seconds as it will take. Thanks so much for
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Unbelievable. I mean, literally going to hit start and the thing shuts down. And I don't know how to stop this from doing. It's the second time it's happened in a year. So my buddy that's got the marketing job with Hertz went to the TGL event the other day. Got invited.
Oh, wow.
Said it's better on TV than in person, which is interesting.
That is interesting.
And then he got to go to a real high-end golf course, and he walked 6 holes with Rory and Hideki.
Okay.
At like one of those pro-ams at one of those really expensive clubs over there.
Uh-huh. Nice deal.
Yeah.
And Baby Joel's, I got to be honest. If I, now Mark and I would probably argue over this, but if I was TGL, I would have the tickets be cheap.
Why? You only have 1,000.
They're not making money on who shows up. I mean, I would want it packed. I would want
They've
it
been packed for the most part, haven't they?
I don't know. I don't know why I mean,
Ooh,
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
we take a break from talking hockey to talk the college football playoff. When is it going to change? How is it going to change? Will it be good change? Bill Bender covers college football for the Sporting News. Follow him on X at BillBender92, BillBender92. Bill, it's David and Mark. Great to talk to you again. Hope you're well. How are you?
Yeah, we're fighting about the playoffs, so it must be the off season.
That's true. By the way, curious, you live in Columbus, right?
Ew.
How jacked is Columbus, Ohio for the game tonight? Obviously, in NHL City, I would think that, this is the lead story even over the college football playoff.
I think it's been the best sporting event of the year. In terms of intensity and those kind of things, that's when we debate all-star games and how they're terrible. And then you have this where you get international players going against each other. I mean, that Canada-U.S. game, I'm a casual hockey fan at best, but I was into that immediately. I thought it was awesome, and I think tonight's going to be awesome, and it'd be cool to see the USA win.
No doubt there, and they are up against it with a banged-up team and a Canadian team that already lost to them once, so that'll be a hell of an event tonight. When you look at the summit that the SEC and the Big Ten had, I know they have to get a unanimous vote, but do they feel, in your estimation, like they can get away with whatever they want?
Yeah, and why wouldn't they? I kind of looked at it the other way. I know there's this, well, why would they do this to the playoff? And I don't necessarily agree with the automatic qualifiers part, but if you look at the history of the playoff the last 11 years and the rankings more so, and who those top 16 teams were, it's going to be that anyway with the SEC and the Big Ten. I think when you say automatic qualifiers, you take away some things, but you kind of turn college football into the electoral college, which is a danger. I don't want to get into the discussion about the electoral college, but I mean, that's kind of what's happening. And I mean, to me, the SEC and the Big Ten have the best football. That's played out over the last 11 years. And I don't think I think that's indisputable. So why wouldn't they want at least half the playoff? I actually think they could ask for more if they wanted.
Well, and if it gets to 16, Bill, in theory, one or both of the leagues could get an extra at large. I mean, what is it? I thought I saw, over the last however many years that if we had a 16-team tournament, the SEC would have averaged like 4.9 of the teams, and the Big Ten would have averaged like 4.5 of the teams. So it's possible, even after they guarantee the 4, if they go to 16, that the leagues might even get an extra one.
Yeah, I mean, the stat I had was if you count schools that are currently in the Big Ten and SEC, so like Washington and Texas and Oklahoma, in a 16-team field of the last 11 years, the SEC and Big Ten would have over 60% of the team. Okay, so that's, what are you looking at? That's like 10. And then you throw Notre Dame in there, who would have been in the playoff 8 of the last 11 years, then you get that number up to 65. So 65% of the 16-team field is going to be SEC, Big Ten, and Notre Dame anyway.
Bill, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, and so if the ACC, to me, if the ACC and the Big 12 are being guaranteed 2 each, if I were those conferences, I would take that.
I think they will too. When the playoff first game, we were going to go 12 for a couple of years and 14. Did this summit just bypass 14? Are we going directly from 12 to 16 teams in this thing?
I think it makes sense. I mean, then we don't have to, then can we never expand it again? I mean, that would be my next thought. Like, we don't need more than 16, just like we don't need more than 68 in the NCAA tournament. That's a good number. You can play 4 rounds. I would play the first 2 rounds right away. And I think we get rid of the conference championship games. And I've been saying that for years. Once we went to this format, I didn't think the conference championship games had as much value as people think. I mean, I didn't watch Texas and Georgia with the intensity that I did in years past. I didn't watch Oregon and Penn State probably at all, honestly, because I had on SMU and Clemson because I knew that the winner of that game was in. And, so I think conference championship games probably could go. Then you pick the 16 team, you play 2 rounds, you go from there. And that helps. We can pick the 16, and if you're the 17th best team and you're upset, well, you probably did something to make yourself 17th. That's kind of like the NCAA tournament bubble. We can't be too upset.
Talking college football with Bill Bender, the Sporting News, Bill Bender 92, Bill Bender 92 on X. There's talk that the conference championship games may go away because the Big Ten and the SEC are toying with playing in who their third and fourth members are, that their top 2 teams who would have met in the conference title game, they're in. And then you do kind of a round robin, 3 plays 6, 4 plays 5, that conference championship Saturday, and the 2 winners are automatically in. A, how real is that? And B, do you like it?
I hope it's not real, and I think it's ridiculous, honestly. Why? Who's going to watch that game? Like a play-in, I guess. Well, we do watch wild card games in baseball, but I don't know. I think if you're making your teams play that game, we can figure it out in the regular season. You already have imbalanced schedules. November was exciting in college football, but when we talk about, well, you can't put teams in with a computer, well, we kind of did last year when you were calculating tiebreakers for the ACC and the Big 12 and the SEC. We spent a large portion of November trying to figure out these tiebreakers for these conferences, and that's because they're too big and they don't have divisions and they don't have parameters like the NFL does. So as much as college football is trying to be like the NFL, it's just not the same.
Bill, I'm with you 100% on these play-in games for what it's worth. The only problem that I see, and I see them happening, unfortunately, is the cash cow that conference championship games are to these conferences. They don't like to give money back or give money up. And this adds another game, albeit not championship. It gives them 2 games for each conference in the SEC and the Big Ten. And we typically don't go backwards in giving games up. Are you worried that something like this is just going to be shoved down our throat?
Possibly. And, for the crowd that says, we're ruining college football and all those things, like, that can's already been opened. We've changed, we've made all these changes, and I'm not talking about everybody defaults to, well, the transfer portal ruined college football. Not really. Or NIL did. Well, not really. Those things, those are part of the evolution. I think, we've just changed the value of the regular season. You mentioned I live in Columbus, Ohio. I just watched Ohio State lose a game that they consider the most important game of the year in stunning fashion, lose 2 regular season games, didn't win the Big Ten, which was always the most important thing, and they go win a national championship. So you can't tell me like the entire idea of the regular season of college football has changed, because it has. And I'll say this, and I can say this, that national championship, it was a great run by Ohio State, but living here in Columbus, I don't think it's being treated the same as when they won the first college football playoff, or certainly when they beat Miami in the college football, BCS championship game. That's the one that I think I'll remember most, and I think people around here still think is the best one.
Is it because of the Michigan loss? Do you think if they had beaten Michigan, if they had, they would have been in the Big Ten title game? We don't know if they would have won it, but okay. Do you think it's because, hey, they lost to Michigan, therefore they're not equal?
Kind of. And that's always going to be a blip on this one. Now, did they make an awesome run and win 4 playoff games? And, Ryan Day was able to get this team to redeem itself, so to speak, on that stage. Sure. All of those things happen. But, at the end of the day, they can sell it as the greatest playoff run ever. And they did go through a bunch of top 10 teams. But, you know how you make those shirts with the scores on the back. You don't see too many of those around here because they would have to put that score on November 30th on the back of the shirt.
And speaking of Michigan, yeah, they won their title with Harbaugh, and they slipped back this year. I know they beat Ohio State, but between Underwood and the offensive lineman they just signed, they've straightened their NIL out. They seem to be maybe not equal with Ohio State when it comes to NIL, but they are in a position they've not been in yet, aren't they?
Yeah, and they're sitting in a good spot other than the NCAA investigation whenever it comes to that, because other than that, and you never can predict what the NCAA will do, they won a national title. They've won 4 in a row over Ohio State. They get Bryce Underwood, who they may be able to bring him in slowly because they did pick up Mikey Keene from Fresno State. They beat Alabama at the end of the year. That was an impressive bowl performance. And, Sharon Moore kind of steadied the ship. Yeah, you're always going to have some transition when you lose. Like, I think they lost 14 guys drafted. So, anytime that happens, you're going to have some adjustments. Ohio State will have the same adjustments next year. They might have 15 guys drafted this year.
Bill Bender of the Sporting News. Yesterday we were talking about when the SEC and the Big Ten each get their guaranteed 4. And Mark said, if I'm the Big Ten, I feel really good every year about Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, and Oregon going forward. That we'll always have those 4, and it's up to the others to crash the party. Do you feel that way?
Yeah, in most years, yeah, that's the 4 that you would start with. Just like if it was 2, over the years, you would say, yeah, I feel pretty good about Michigan and Ohio State most of the time. And now you have Penn State and Oregon looks good. And there's some other programs, though, that you'll always have a story, I think, because of the way they schedule. You're always going to have an Indiana-type story. Maybe next year that's, who knows, like UCLA, for example, could have a breakout year. And that's good for the conference. So, yeah, I think so. I think those 4 programs are on a roll. And as far as being up in this part of the country, I haven't seen Notre Dame, Ohio State, Penn State, and Michigan all quote unquote right since the mid 1990s, early 1990s, really, because then Notre Dame went through a little blip. But all 4 programs are competitive. All 4 programs have really good NIL programs, and I think all 4 programs are going to be playoff regulars in this format.
Bill, final question, slightly off the beaten path. As a Columbus, Ohio resident, this expanded Big Ten, has it taken a little of the steam out of the basketball season? Like, is the basketball fan as into, when Ohio State's got to play Cal and what have you? I mean, I'm just, we wonder about football. Will we embrace the bigger conference? Has it had any impact on the basketball fandom where you live?
I actually think positive because, seeing Michigan State play at UCLA, pretty cool. I mean, if you're going to add somebody in basketball, they did add, most successful program of all time, UCLA. So I think that was a win. It's kind of cool watching those West Coast games. And Big Ten basketball has been fun this year. A lot of good teams, going to have probably 10 teams in the tournament. I mean, and I know you guys are having fun down there. The SEC's been really good. Every night you got a good SEC basketball game. So, saying, what the Big Ten needs to do, it doesn't matter how many teams they have in the conference, they need to go win national championship.
Yes.
They haven't won a national championship in basketball since 2000. I was a sophomore in college. I'm 45 years old. And, you've seen all these Big Ten teams lose in the tournament. I mean, I can remember where I was when Tom Izzo and that team beat Florida. So, yeah, but 25 years, that's an awful long time.
Bill Bender covers college football for the Sporting News. Follow him on X at BillBender92, BillBender92. Bill, appreciate the insight. Stay warm. Safe travels.
Hey, no problem. Thank you so much for having me on.
Bill Bender, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton. I'm glad that
Big Ten is good in basketball.
Yes.
As good as the SEC.
No.
I don't know who the team is that can make a deep tournament run. I really don't.
No, you've talked about that. Could have a lot of 3, 4, 5, 6 seeds, but Not sure how many of them get to regional finals and beyond. Miller and Moulton. We've had a good show today. You miss any of it, go to millerandmoulton.com. The bonus hour is next.
Racing like you've never seen before. From Jeeps that bog down to the outlaw who will defend his title. At the final race of the season, we're going Swamp Buggy Racing. Sunday, March 2nd. Don't miss the Bud Cup Finals for the World Championship. Tickets including VIP tour and kids prices are available at swampbuggy.com. Don't miss the season final. It's Florida's oldest racing tradition. Sunday, March 2nd at Florida Sports Park off exit 101 in Naples. Get tickets at swampbuggy.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Apparently, they're all meeting in Washington today, David. Monahan, Scott, the Piff guy, and Trump. According to Gulf Week, they've tracked the planes and
I usually that used to be college football recruiting.
right, or coach search.
Right. Sonny, it was a nice cover. We thought the line was small. But after the injuries to the Kentucky guards, we wondered, is that the reason it was so small? It was 5.5. And we loved the Hogs and the points last night. At 15.5, thought big come down for Auburn after the game against Bama. Sonny, I'll say this. If the Gators don't get to the region final, that would be very disappointing. I mean, you never know who you're going to meet in an Elite Eight game. But by the way, I'm sorry, Oklahoma's not a tournament team.
No. They're going to get in, but
That's absurd. Okay, music, I'd debate that with you. See, if they don't schedule elite games, but their 10-2 record and their 2 losses are to the 2 best teams on the schedule.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
5 seconds to go. Loose around to the far corner. 2 seconds. The Penguins are going to win the Stanley Cup, I believe. Stelio shoots it blocked. The Penguins have won the Stanley Cup. Oh, Lord Stanley, get me the brandy.
That was game 4 of the 92 Stanley Cup final. The Penguins swept the Blackhawks and won back-to-back cups. Mike Lang, legendary Penguins announcer, passing away yesterday at the age of 76. He had his sayings, quips. He beat him like a rented mule. Elvis has left the building. That was as the Penguins were wrapping up a win in the closing seconds.
typically after an empty netter.
Yep. And so there were many who posted emotional posts yesterday, and they simply ended it. In fact, I think the Penguins may have sent out an official statement in which at the bottom it was Mike Lang has left the building. But when John Forslund was on our show an hour ago, Mark, you know, some cities have had better broadcasters than others. I mean, you know, you got Myron Cope with the Steelers. You got Mike Lang with the Penguins, Bob Prince with the Pirates. I mean, you know, the city of Pittsburgh had in their 3 big sports had 3 legendary announcers. Los Angeles has had just, oh my goodness, the great announcers that they've had.
But we all just love our guy.
Yep.
It doesn't matter if he's necessarily the best guy. He's our guy.
True. But
I saw that like George Blaha did Pistons games and did Sparty football and basketball too, I think. But he just got inducted into the NBA Hall of Fame. And I was like, or in the Basketball Hall of Fame. And I was like, I'll be damned. I didn't know that he would ever, I didn't know he worked a long time. But that was a guy when the Pistons started getting good for me. And Detroit had legendary announcers. I mean, Ernie Harwell, for crying out loud. It doesn't get any better than that. But Blaha doing basketball was there when the team started getting good. And for a lot of us, we got into the Pistons. And that was the Tripucka Isaiah Thomas Tripucka draft. But that was the draft. They had 2 first-round picks, and they turned the corner. And we all watched, I remember being in high school watching George Blaha and really liking him. I don't know if he was the best basketball announcer in the world. He was ours. And that's all that mattered.
And I think he did 50 years, didn't he? I mean, it was a
long career.
Yeah. And so, that just happened the other day. Blaha's going to go in the broadcasting wing of the Basketball Hall of Fame. But, L.A. had Bob Miller doing the Kings, obviously Vince Scully, Chick Hearn. Never mind the fact Dick Enberg that did UCLA during the heyday of UCLA. I mean, that's tough to, everybody loves theirs, as you said, Mark. But, Dick Enberg doing UCLA under Wooden, Bob Miller doing the Kings, Chick Hearn, Vin Scully. I think LA sits back and goes, well, that's ours. What's yours? We won't even mention the whole Al Michaels thing, who was kind of based out of here, but, went national at a young age.
I want to switch gears. Talk a little baseball. You know me, Mr. Baseball.
Right.
The Blue Jays train in Dunedin, Florida.
Yes.
And obviously, the Canadian media is as focused on the Four Nations face-off as anyone. So they asked a lot of Blue Jay players what they thought. And the Blue Jay players were raving about watching Saturday night in the USA-Canada game. And so they started asking them about baseball doing something similar. And while they're all for the idea, I want to give you in this article, and I don't know if this was in this interview or something they found in the past, but Max Scherzer spoke up. And he said, interrupting the season mid-season, I don't see the path for that. I can see the World Baseball Classic taking on more significance, more runway here. For me, they've talked and shared the thoughts that, hey, if you push the World Baseball Classic to the last week of spring training and then eat into the first week of the season, actually reducing the schedule down to 154, you push back where the 2 weeks are. It would allow pitchers to ramp up and be ready to step into that kind of atmosphere. And the fans love seeing international competition like that and watching us plays for our countries. So there are ways to lean into this that expands upon the World Baseball Classic and at the same time protects the pitchers. Once every 3 years, at the end of spring training, what are your thoughts about a World Baseball Classic there? Because most of the pitchers and the pitching coaches don't think you can do it mid-season.
Which, if we could just take a step to the side, wouldn't you want to just ask a short follow-up? Why? Why? Like, do they think that they're already banged up? They're already too worn down. It's too much of a struggle just to make it to the finish line of our regular season, to have something that amped up and midway or 2/3 of the way through. That would just be my follow-up. It'd be like, well, wait, hold on a second. They're in better shape in mid-July.
A lot of their, and this is where I know you don't care, but it's too much. They're saying a lot of them too much time off for the players who are not in the tournament. That's one of the main complaints.
Okay. I mean, if you, all right, you're an owner, you're a baseball owner. I present to you two scenarios. We're going to adopt one of them. Do you want to have this tournament once every 3 years where we reduce the number of games and you lose 4 home dates? Or do you want to have this tournament every 3 years where you could end up playing 6 to 9 games without your 2 or 3 best players, but you'll play the full allotment of games? Which do you think the owners would vote for?
Playing the 81 home games. Unless somehow the television money from the World Baseball Classic divided by the owners would equal the money they would lose in those 4 gates. And I don't think it would, David.
I don't think it would either, only because if you've got decent attendance, in the 30,000 range, I think with parking and concessions, isn't that like a few million? Isn't like every game like 2 to 3 million in revenue? So, then you would have to, if you miss 4 games, let's just say you're missing out on $10 million.
Well, that's in revenue. That's not in profit, where the TV money would just be a check. It would be all profit.
Okay.
I mean, and I don't know the international market, what Japan would bring to the table from a television viewership standpoint, and the money that could be earned from that, Dave.
That's a great point, because the World Series did better ratings in Japan than the U.S., and it did really good ratings in the U.S. because it was the Yankees and the Dodgers. Now, that's very interesting, Mark. We don't normally figure in international money when we're talking this stuff.
Right, because our television contracts are so much more lucrative than what happens around the rest of the world. But when you're talking baseball in Japan, you could be on an equal footing. In fact, you might get more money from Japan than you would in the U.S. markets, or as much.
Very interesting. I agree with you. That's a good point. Listen, to have it be a bigger deal and to get as much buy-in from the players as possible, would I settle for last week of March? Sure. But to me, you're not getting the bang for your buck. You're competing with March Madness.
You're competing with March Madness. You're competing with the NBA. You're competing with the NHL. Depending on last week of March into early April, there's this little event they have in Augusta, Georgia that does pretty well for television ratings. I think if you do it in July, what we've talked about on and off here for a month, you're not competing against a damn thing.
Not because the 2 big sporting events around the world are Wimbledon and the Open Championship. And, well, with the time difference, it wouldn't conflict with the World Baseball Classic with most every instance. And you could literally, and it's right, NFL training camps have not started yet. It literally is perfect. You do your week and a half, and then literally the next week, training camps start. Now, Mark, the only thing that would make it better is if, you split the season in half and the first half ended right before it. And then, anyway.
I was hoping for a second my microphone was a needle and I could poke my eye out. See what happens? I bring up a little baseball, come up with a little different idea, and somehow, some way, you brought it back to a split season.
I do like the input, though, from the Toronto Blue Jays players. And, at least we heard from some players as to what it is they are willing to do. Okay. Now that's Max Scherzer, who is a veteran pitcher who probably doesn't have much more left in the tank. But he is very big in the union, though. He was in on those, negotiations a couple of years ago.
A lot of influence, particularly with the pitchers too.
Mhm.
He's saying it's not good for the pitchers. Who's not going to listen? What pitcher's not going to listen to Max Scherzer? But what's interesting to me, like you said, they went to the players. How did this whole NHL thing start? The players went at Gary Bettman and said, we want to do this. If the baseball players start going after Manfred and saying, we want to do this, hell, it just might happen.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. American Paint Supplies. For nearly 30 years is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Maybe getting some business through Cecil. Yeah, P-Jet, I agree. Also, think about the timeline. So the hockey players are going to be in the Olympics in February of next year. And then the following month, we're going to have the World Baseball Classic. And the players love it. And don't you think that, oh, yes. And then when the 26th season is over, there's going to be CBA negotiations. By the way, there's going to be a strike in 27. Season's not going to start on time. The owners are a mess. It's almost impossible to imagine the owners have their act together in time for a CBA for 27. But when they sit down and start negotiating, don't you think they'll then start talking about the 28 Olympics?
David, I don't know if I want to do this on air, but the 2023 Delta Dental Original Tooth Fairy poll came out. Care to guess what a single lost tooth is worth?
On average?
On average.
$5.
$6.23.
Wow.
I say that because about a month ago, in the last 3 weeks, now I knew that my daughter didn't buy the big guy anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But we get in the car 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, and I take the interstate home. I take MLK to the interstate. And we're on the interstate, and I'm, driving 75 miles an hour in traffic. And my daughter says, "Are you Santa Claus?" And out of left field, and I've got nothing. I'm like, "Huh?" And I started laughing. She's like, "I knew it." Because she busted my wife with the tooth fairy thing, before the end of the year. And then she's lost like 3 teeth in the last 10 days, and my wife's still giving her money. I'm like, that ship has sailed.
If she's not going to play along, then why do we?
Right. I couldn't believe it. I looked at my wife. I'm like, what the hell's going on here?
Does she do $5 a tooth or 10?
She gave her a 20 for the 2 teeth she lost.
Wow.
Right.
I'd have to look right at your wife and say, well, I do $10 a day for maid service in the hotel. What do you think's a bigger deal? A tooth or getting your bathroom cleaned and fresh towels?
Tipping maids drives me nuts. When did we have to start tipping people that are not supposed to be tipped?
Who says they're not supposed to be tipped?
They're not making less than minimum wage.
Yeah, but they make minimum wage because they assume that there will be tips left for them in the rooms. My rate's $10 a day.
You don't even let them in your room.
I don't. And I tip $10 a day. By the way, if they try to enter my room once with the sign on the door that says don't enter, that's a totally different story. That's like bad service at the restaurant. Okay, we're deducting. I do $5 to the valet every single time I need them. Park it, $5. Bring it up, $5. Park it again, $5. $10 per day at the hotel.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Listen, we'll make our pick on USA Canada coming up. So what were you telling me a moment ago about they're following airplanes, therefore we know this is happening today?
Yeah, there was a post on X. I follow Golf Week. I think you do too. I'm not positive, but one of those, there's a couple of them that we try to get our golf news from. And from the looks of things, Adam Scott, Jay Monahan, the guy that runs the PIF fund, and President Trump are meeting today. All of the private planes, Scott's private plane landed at Dulles last night. Monahan's private plane landed at Dulles last night. So from the looks of things, there's more movement going on towards the reunification of golf, of getting back to not one tour, but at least a little better situation between Live Golf and the PGA Tour.
Well, if you've been paying attention to this, from what everybody has said in the last 4 weeks, tell me if what I'm about to conclude is incorrect. They're finally going to do their deal where PIF's going to send the PGA Tour a bunch of money, but the LIV is going to continue. They're going to do their own thing, and they're going to be essentially a world tour. What's up for debate is how many events will they continue to play in the U.S. My guess is they will only play events in the U.S. in markets that don't have a PGA tournament. Like they played in Oklahoma City, I think it
Did
was
really well.
really well late last summer. I think they put an event in Chicago also and did well. So the LIV is going to continue. They're going to be different. Here's the interesting thing, by the way, about LIV. Remember when the guys who got up and left did so, they all signed 3-year contracts. Mark, this is the last year of those contracts.
It is.
Phil, Bubba, Dustin Johnson, Brooks Koepka. I think Rahm would still have one more year to go beyond this one.
But DeChambeau wouldn't.
Right. So Koepka, DJ, DeChambeau. Because, Bubba can't play at a high level anymore and neither can Phil. But if they come to an agreement and the ban with the PGA Tour ends, that means Phil can show up the very next week and play on the Champions Tour. And tell me they wouldn't want to see that.
They would be doing naked cartwheels to get Phil Mickelson on the Champions Tour. I mean, just the talk, David, in the last month that Azinger and a couple of others have thought that Tiger will play on the Champions Tour has everybody in golf in a tizzy. Phil would play and play regularly on that tour.
And then because Phil's playing on the tour and he will occasionally win, I think that will stoke Tiger showing up and playing on that tour because he's going to want to beat Phil. Here's the other conclusion that I came to. Adam Scott gave an interview in the last 3 days in which he said, yeah, there's going to be some ruffled feathers and bad feelings after we come to a deal. And I don't think there's anything that we're going to be able to do. And by we, he meant the PGA Tour, to make the guys who are upset not upset. And, those that are no longer friends with Jon Rahm, he doesn't know if they'll ever be friends with Jon Rahm again. But Adam Scott just kind of said, only so much damage we can repair.
And from our quote from Rory last week, for those that are butthurt, they need to get over it.
And it sounds like that's what's going to happen. We're no longer hearing from Monahan, Tiger, or Adam Scott retribution talk. They're eligible to come back, but not immediately. They have to sit out 3 months or 6 months or what have you. We're not hearing that anymore, Mark.
No, we're not. And I thought Tiger's interview at the Genesis, for how little he said, was incredibly telling, David. When Nance just flat out asked him about reunification and are things happening later this year or earlier this year, and Tiger just went yes and yes. Tiger hasn't said anything positive about Live Golf since it's come out. For him to speak that much about a reunification leads me to believe they're really, really close. And he did play golf with President Trump, last week?
Well, he's not only played golf with him, Mark. First off, everyone here has played golf with Trump. That's been mentioned except Phil. I don't know if Phil ever has. But every golfer that we've mentioned has recently played golf with President Trump. Furthermore, all those golfers have all played golf with the PIF guy. Tiger and he have teed it up. Adam Scott and he have teed it up. Rory and he have teed it up. Jay Monahan and he have teed it up.
And someone asked a great question in the Twitch chat room that for about a year, I would have been unable to answer. How did Monahan survive this? I don't know. But somehow through surviving it, I don't know if he became stronger, but through all of this and the money that's been thrown at the tour players, through the bigger purses, through what's the fund that they just give people money for at the end of the year? Is it the PIP fund that they just give money?
PIP. It's basically the popularity fund.
But they have handed golfers a lot more money. They are making more non-cut events on tour, giving the higher end players more money. And that's how he survived the second half. The first half, I'll never know, because the venom that was towards Monahan from the players on the tour, both the high up guys and the rank and file guys, was equal venomous.
They never really talked about replacing him, though. They talked about taking away some of his power, and in small ways they did, getting the players on more committees and boards and what have you, but they never seriously talked about replacing him. And I always wondered if it was because they didn't have a replacement in mind that both sides of the tour could agree upon. The 100 through 200 guys on the tour and the 1 through 99 guys on the tour.
But now, looking like today, that Monahan, the guy running the PIF fund from the Saudis, Adam Scott, President Trump, meeting today. And what we have talked about with this is that the Biden administration was going to make the PIF people open up their books. They were never going to do that.
Right.
Trump's not.
Right.
This isn't us going political. This is just facts about one administration to the next.
And obviously, Trump has an okay relationship with LIV. Hell, he's hosted events at 3 of his courses.
And he's a huge golf fan.
Miller and Moulton. So they got that going on today, which is nice. All right. USA, Canada, we'll make our picks, good, bad, and ugly, and all that next.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
That was a new one. It shut down right in the middle of the commercial break.
I was going to say, I'm like,
Yeah,
oh, wow.
right in the middle of it.
I'm like, and it was at the exact same time that the internet went out yesterday. I'm like, oh my goodness, did it happen again?
No, I'm really, really bothered by this, and I don't know how to fix it. Yeah, well done. Care to take a guess would be an easier way to say it, of the viewers for Auburn, Alabama on Saturday.
4 o'clock, right? ESPN?
4 o'clock ESPN.
1.7.
At 1 million.
Wow.
2.76 million viewers.
Wow.
Only Illinois, Arkansas on CBS on Thanksgiving as the most watched college basketball game of the season.
Wow. That's outstanding.
That is outstanding. For Alabama, Auburn. I mean,
Right.
Nationally, for people to say, I'm going to tune into that. I know it was 1 versus 2, but no history for either team, really.
Are we then cautiously optimistic that this could be a well-rated March Madness?
Well, it's going to be full of big boys.
I don't want to see the Oklahomas get in, though. Come on. I'm not even sure. At least Arkansas's got a really good win. I mean, God, but it's funny, Mark. I threw that out there yesterday, over under penalties. And we had 3 in the first game. I think we're good. Over under 4.5. They have not been calling a lot of penalties in this tournament, though, have they?
No.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. By the way, I'll be off Monday, but Trent will be doing the show with Mark. That's right, young Trent. He'll be co-hosting. Be nice to catch up. See how he's doing.
See if he's gotten over the Lions losing to the Commanders yet.
Probably not.
The only thing that will have him in good spirits is that he's a big hoop head.
Yes.
And he's a big Piston fan. And Michigan State, and Sparty's playing really well. Trent,
Right.
like I did, graduated from MSU. But the Pistons are going to be a playoff team.
Right.
I mean, they're going to be a playoff team. The Detroit Pistons. Holy blank. That means they have to put them on TV and everything.
Right.
Can I already predict which playoff game is going to be on NBA TV?
Now, see, it depends on the matchup, though. Right now, aren't they the 6th seed in the East?
Yes, they are.
They'd get the Knicks. See, that's the key. Also, if they're the 7th seed in a play-in, they'd get the Celtics. The chance for the NBA TV one is if they'd move up
to the 5 spot
and get, Milwaukee, a series with Milwaukee. Then there you go. Now you're talking NBA TV.
All right, let's get after it.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was the day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Call today, 239-427-3441. That's 239-427-3441 to set up your free testosterone test and consultation, or visit at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Find your maximal self with Game Day Men's Health. David, today in 1922, WORAM in New York City begins radio transmissions.
AM 710.
John Glenn becomes the first American to orbit Earth today in 1962. Willie Mays becomes the highest paid player in baseball today in 1963, signing a record contract worth $100,000 with the San Francisco Giants. Phil Esposito becomes the NHL's quickest to 50 goals in a season today in 71.
How many games?
Doesn't have it, and I didn't look it up. So for that, I apologize. I know Gretzky would then beat him, but that'll give you something to do during this segment.
That's true.
Because you don't really like to listen.
Not
1974, really. Steely Dan releases their third studio album, Pretzel Logic. Not as good as Asia, but a great album. And I'm a Steely Dan fan, so I throw that in. Today in 83, the 25th Daytona 500, the third win for Cale Yarborough, but the first time an in-car camera goes to victory lane before a national audience on CBS. Today in 92, Ross Perot says he'll run for president on Larry King Live. Hello.
Larry, we're going to fix things, okay? Didn't get it done last time. Going to get it done this time.
It's where the rubber meets road. 2005, Gordon wins the 500, holding off Kurt Busch and Dale Earnhardt Jr. over 3 extra laps to win his third Great American Race. And in 2011, 20-year-old Trevor Bayne wins to become the youngest 500 winner ever. Photographer Ansel Adams, Sidney Poitier, Bobby Unser, Walter Becker from Steely Dan, and Kurt Cobain would have all celebrated birthdays today. The previously mentioned Phil Esposito is 83 years old today and is looking great.
Yes, he
There's not
does.
a doubt in my mind.
Yes, he does still look good.
Charles Barkley is 62. Supermodel Cindy Crawford is 59. Stephon Marbury is 48. Justin Verlander, 42. Comedian Trevor Noah, 41. And Rihanna is 37. What do you have for us, David?
Tara Lipinski won her gold today in 98. Did you have that?
I did not.
Becoming the youngest figure skater to win gold. I believe she was 15. Yes, she was. Okay. Man, imagine that. Win gold at 15. What do you do after that? That's pretty much it. Oh, wait. 40 years ago today, Ireland, for the first time, allowed the sale of contraceptives.
Big day.
Pretty hot button topic in Ireland.
In Ireland?
Yes.
Where they're like, what, 100% Catholic?
Correct.
Okay.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
All right, David. For the good today, we go to Michigan, where a 54-year-old man has been playing the same set of lotto numbers for 4 years.
Give me a break.
Paid off with a $1.3 million jackpot.
4
I
years.
only did this story because, David, how long did your late father-in-law play the same lotto number?
Like over 20 years.
And now how long have you and your wife been playing your late father-in-law, her father's lotto numbers?
Well, he died in May of 2001. So, Mark, since May of 2001.
So, how many years did he play him for?
Over 20.
So, we're talking basically, Eurizone barely had won gold.
Right. Right. Yeah. Yep. And
keep playing those numbers, David.
Exactly. That's my point. They're obviously never going to hit. I think we can do new numbers. How about we just let the computer pick our numbers?
For the bad, we go to Australia, where the Hudson Snake Catching Company posted a video to Facebook where he responded to a family's home where the world's second most venomous snake was found in the washing machine. The young eastern brown snake was inside the tub of the family's washing machine. The reptile wrangler was able to capture and relocate the snake without any injury to humans, reptiles, or dirty clothes. Finally, the ugly, we go to Brooklyn, where a 15-year-old boy was accused of trying to take a subway train for a joyride. The teenager tried to operate a number 2 train. He was charged with a bunch of crimes. This is not the first time he's done it. Apparently, a few months ago, he and others tried to rip off an R train. 6 suspects were accused of driving the train a short distance and breaking windows. He's been arrested on both train robberies. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly. On today, February the 20th, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com, capecops.com. New officers with a great sign-on bonus, other jobs available, all information at capecops.com.
9 NBA games tonight. The NBA is back. TNT doubleheader night. 7 o'clock, Celtics at Sixers.
Will Barkley make mention before the 7 o'clock game that he's leaving to go watch the hockey?
Yes.
It's his birthday.
I think he will. I think he'll say, because they'll be saying, hey, and, we'll see you at halftime. And Barkley will say, I ain't seen you at halftime. The hockey game will have just started. No, I ain't going to be here. 7 o'clock, Celtics Sixers. 9:30, Phoenix and San Antonio. Both teams below 500, by the way. Orlando's in Atlanta. Both teams below 500. Oh, by the way. College hoops tonight. We don't have a system play. One game involving a ranked team. FS1, 8:30, USC, Maryland. There you
Maryland's as hot as anybody in the country right now, David. Maryland and Missouri both playing really good basketball of teams that are ranked between 10 and 20, if you know what I mean.
Mark, Thursday's a big day in the A-Sun. FGCU's at Stetson.
Throw the records out when those two teams play.
FGCU should win. They're an 11.5-point favorite. And Jacksonville in North Florida.
Ooh, crosstown rivalry.
That's right.
That's A-Sun heat right there.
And the big one in the A-Sun, though, North Alabama leads by a game over Lipscomb and Eastern Kentucky, and Lipscomb hosts North Alabama. So there you go. There's also a big game for the FGCU women tonight. They're undefeated in conference, but I forget the team that's a game back. Has only lost once, and Central Arkansas, I believe it is. And Central Arkansas hosts the FGCU women tonight. Will essentially determine who's the 1 seed in the A-Sun playoffs. That'll determine probably who hosts the title game.
When's the last time the FGCU women were not the 1 seed in the A-Sun tournament? I know Stetson got them once, right?
No, Jacksonville got them once.
Jacksonville, okay.
Well, but Jacksonville beat FGCU at Alico 9 years ago, but Stetson hosted the conference title game in 2017. So if that's what you meant by Stetson,
that's what I meant.
Yeah, Stetson won the regular season finale to be the 1 seed, and then they hosted them the next week, and FGCU beat them.
All right, prediction time. I do not want to do this. I'm not looking forward to this. I've been avoiding it the whole damn show. USA, Canada.
Well, you're picking the U.S. Come on now. You chastised me earlier in the week when I said I'm really concerned.
I know. I am very nervous about this game.
Well, I am too. I really want the U.S. to win, and I don't think they're going to. 4-2 Canada.
4-2 U.S. Empty netter.
Empty netter for me too, for Canada. What's the prop bet that I can get for Crosby scoring tonight? Because I'd bet it. I would bet it hard. First off, that's what Crosby does in big games against the U.S. And secondly, Mike Lang died yesterday, longtime voice of the Penguins. I'm telling you, Crosby's having a big game today. Do you know what's an amazing
Sidney Crosby to score a goal is plus 375.
Money. Done. I did not realize this. I knew John Cooper had dual citizenship. A lot of people have dual citizenship in hockey. Do you know why he's coaching Canada and not us?
No.
10 minutes. Apparently, 8 years ago, Canada called him 10 minutes before we did to coach the World Junior team. So he said yes, hung up the phone rang, and the U.S. offered him the same job. If we had called first, he would have been coaching U.S. teams all these years.
Well, and I don't have it all in front of me. His career is fascinating. What he did, what he gave up in life to then become a hockey coach and where he started to where he's gone. It's a made-for-TV movie.
Yes.
I mean, it really is. It's a remarkable story. And I don't think it's lost on him by the way he acts, the way he treats people, the way he treats players, the way he treats the media. I've never thought it was lost on him, all the success that he's had.
Would love to see the big guns for the U.S. find the back of the net. An Austin Matthews goal. An Eichel goal. How about a Kachuk brothers goal? I don't think either one of them has scored since the first game, right?
Nope.
So because I'm pretty confident in how Canada's big guns are going to play tonight. I'm not as confident in how the U.S.'s big guns are going to be able to play because of injuries.
Special teams has to be even. Has to be even.
Over under on penalties, 4.5.
Under.
Over. It's partly why we lose.
A showdown in the swamp. The final race of the season. Everything's on the line at record-breaking speeds. Don't miss Swamp Buggy Racing's World Championship, the Bud Cup Final, Sunday, March 2nd at Florida Sports Park, Naples. Get tickets at swampbuggy.com. Florida's oldest racing tradition is racing like you've never seen before in 6 categories. But Swamp Buggy Racing is always a great day of family fun with kid-friendly pricing. Sunday, March 2nd. Don't miss the World Championship. Get tickets at swampbuggy.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.